Higher, baby. Get higher, baby. Get higher, baby. And don't ever come down.
Okay, so today is November 30th, and let's see, today, oh, you like my shirt? It's the pre-crime felon shirt, which ironically is a funny as hell shirt, but in my life it's actually true. Anyways, I love this shirt, but people don't like me wearing it. Why? Because it reminds them of what they're doing to my life, and this is pretty much with every shirt I wear, but you get the idea. So it's November 30th, about 6 p.m. It is dark out. I'm in Thousand Oaks, and I'll give you a brief rundown to give you an idea of what's being done to me in my life, to try to make it appear that I suffer from paranoia or I'm a violent paranoid schizo, to cover up these mass labels that people don't want coming to light that aren't true. They gotta constantly make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo, get those falsified convictions on me, dirty up my name, try to destroy my credibility and reputation so that I can't have a life, because these mass groups, which are now worldwide, don't want the truth coming out, that none of it's true, which is strange, because if someone turns 29 and says something very fucked up is going on, they're not met with things like, from Mike Huntley, like, oh, you're okay, where he shifts to, well, now we gotta kill you and you're not allowed to talk. And to kind of give you an idea, I turned 29, I find out what's going on, I start talking. I think I mentioned in some of my last segments going to therapists and it getting a lot worse for me, because obviously this all starts with the psychology community and my family, and then escalating outward to the police and government, that I'm doing all these horrible things that don't exist, and doing all these horrible things to people that don't exist, as cover-up operations for them to get away with our crime. And that starts at 5 years old. Well, now I'm 46. They have constantly escalated their mental illness attacks, their psychological warfare campaign, and the more I find out, the more they ramp up their attacks to try to just, I guess, finish the job, so to speak. So I'm leaving a cigar shop in Thousand Oaks, which is a really good cigar shop, but I'll give you a brief rundown of a simple 40-minute time period from leaving my house and going to Thousand Oaks, and the amount of things done to me in this 40-minute period, which are unheard of. And I can guarantee that one of these things, these events, is very rare if this happens to anyone in the world. But I will give you an idea of this 40 minutes where basically just don't happen to people. So you can understand that a 40-minute time period, or a couple hours of my life, I met with mass terror attacks to try to silence, torture, kill, end my life, or remove me from society for the information I know, the types of things I've spoke about. And just these few segments are beyond unheard of to anyone ever in history. But keep in mind, I found this out 17, 18 years ago, and it has been all day and night, 24/7, met with worldwide attacks. And the 40 minutes I'm going to talk about try to amplify, or that's mellow compared to a usual day for me, and try to imagine that being done to you all day and night. So So, I had an appointment out here at Thousand Oaks. I live in Woodland Hills. So the first thing you should be thinking is, well, this is a completely different location, right? So the argument is, well, if your neighbors don't like you, why don't you move? Okay, well, I'm out here in Thousand Oaks, way the hell away from my neighbors, and every single person here in Thousand Oaks knows me. Giving you an idea that, sure, if the neighborhood put some label on you, like we want a clean neighborhood, and we don't want this person in our neighborhood, which is very rare, then normally you say, okay, well, maybe I move, right? That's what you'd say. Now, the next part about moving is the ramifications of moving. You own a piece of shit townhouse in Woodland Hills, and now you have to invest the money that you don't really have in moving. Well, what does moving cost, right? First, you have to find a new place that's going to be cheaper than your place or the same price. Now, I have a really cheap mortgage. I bought my place when property had plummeted for like $140, and at one point in real estate's prime, it was maybe $500,000. I don't know what it's worth now, but probably, if I guess, maybe $300, right? So with this incredibly cheap mortgage that's cheaper than renting a place, you now have to find a new place, if you're lucky, where your mortgage is going to be the same, right? Okay, now you got to pay moving costs. What does it cost? 10 to 20,000 to the movers, right? Okay, well, you need that money, and you need to be able to move. Okay, so that's just the moving costs. Then finding a affordable place and this and that, and blah blah blah. And at the end of the day, it's in real life, in reality, you know, if you're not made of money, then you can't just think of life like I'm told is a game and just move around and do this and that and buy 50 houses and hire people to cook for you or get food for you or do this for you or that for you, right? If you're Donald Trump, who makes $1 billion a year before president, which he still makes $1 billion a year, but yeah, sure, he can do whatever the hell he wants, and he can fly around in private jets and things like that. But, you know, we're going to stick to reality here, right? And not people's fantasies. But finishing this one thought off, the whole concept of moving is to get away from it. But if I just drove out here in Thousand Oaks, which I've tested the waters everywhere in the world, even been down with policeabuse.com to Washington DC, and them saying, hey, walk in front of the White House in the tourist section and see what happens, to watch White House security follow you in an obvious way, not a paranoid type way, while they're being counter surveillanced all throughout the city, watching White House security walk up the streets behind you and stand on corners as you go into a bookstore trying to intimidate you, and then you testing the waters, walking down the street to like a bakery, and then proceeding to follow you to the bakery and stand on the corner. This is White House security in security uniforms. There is no possibility of paranoia. White House security doesn't do that. And watching other security people come out of buildings to talk to the security guards because they see me says what? It says I'm not some random crazy paranoid guy that they saw taking some touristy pictures with the rest of the tourists in the front of the White House. First off, Second of all, that's the point where policeabuse.com tucked tail and ran. But them showing they don't want any part of it. But also keep in mind that I wasn't allowed to prepare for trial on these falsified convictions, misdemeanor convictions. The courts didn't allow me time to prepare for trial, where there would have been witnesses from policeabuse.com, private investigators working with them to take the stand, right? Showing that the judicial system out here did whatever it took to not allow any evidence on my behalf to support my arguments in self-defense of really passing out cards, which who would care about that anyways, and I shouldn't need to hand people cards or pass them out if this wasn't going on. Them putting me in the position of self-defense by exercising the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and then telling me you're not allowed, or you're going to be met with endless death threats, physical attacks, and falsified convictions, you name it, right? You get the idea. So, now, you invest all this money to move if you have it, but what's that going to change in the equation? Well, nothing. It's not going to change a thing. You're just going to spend all your money, right? And then you're going to have to keep moving. And what's going to happen is you go homeless because you can no longer afford to keep moving from place to place, right? So what is their motive? Their motive is to make you homeless and starve in the streets. Look like some guy, he just snapped, went crazy, is homeless, some homeless, violent, paranoid schizo in the streets, and then he basically starves to death and dies. That's what happens. So you can understand from that the motive, right? Now, obviously, their motive isn't anything specific, just rid this guy of the world. Now, for what he knows. So now, leaving my house, my car is on the public street, a little further down from normal, closer to the Met complex, which surrounds my house, which I lived there way before the Met complex existed. And you might want to question why the Met complex, which coincidentally is my old property management company, which sold our complex to a different company, doesn't want me anywhere near their property with endless setup attempts. For example, met neighbors telling me to go on this gated property to check his security camera to see if it's working, right? I mean, and this their whole breaking and entering tactic and setup attempts were going on way before I lived in this place for 20 years. They were going on out in Colorado as well. People told to sublet my roommate's apartment without paying rent, and then moving into my room to move me out, where I was then coincidentally my family had a friend of the family just happened to live out there, Noah Schiller, Deborah Schiller's son, and I think she might be a psychiatrist as well. I'm not fully sure. Where I was met with all these setup attempts and frame jobs from Noah and women as well, and things like this, which I wasn't aware was going on at the time. I was just watching that whole hot, cold female thing, or introducing me to females, and them asking me to do them favors like help them move, and then saying, if you help me move, I'll take you out to dinner, yada, 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 and then blowing me off. Why? Because they were trying to get angry reactions from me doing things to women to make it look like I'm a woman hater and this and that. So, you can derive from the endless pattern of the same behavior. Hey, do this for me. I blow you off. Just try to get you angry at me. If you say anything at all negative, it's this guy's crazy and this and that, and he won't leave me alone, and he wants this, and he's obsessed. He's an obsessed stalker, right? Well, like usual, it didn't work, but you can be assured that as cover-up operations, she and they were most likely telling the world how I did horrible things to this person, as well as many others, which I found out are going on. So you get the idea. Okay, so leaving my house, I walk to my car where the Met Complex security ramps up their harassment. Because why? Because I parked further away from my house on the public street. Well, who would care, right? Have you ever heard of a situation where people park away from their house and mass groups hunt them down, trying to kill them or rid them of the world, saying, well, you parked away from your house and that's a crime? And before that it was, well, you're not parking your cars always in the garage. Well, why do I always have to park my car in the garage, right? I've even had questions from the police. Well, why do you park on the streets? Well, who would care, right? Unless someone wants to lock you away in your house and try to starve you to death. Now their story's changed a little. Well, it's because there's signs, Kevin Perlman Target, and my website on my car. But I can assure you this was always going on 10 years before those signs existed. And when I first got the first signs, they were car magnet signs, which I didn't want to do, but they wouldn't leave me alone and still won't after 17 years of all day and night attacks. Now their story is, well, you have these signs on your car and that's offensive. Well, there's nothing offensive about KevinPerlmanTarget.com, a campaign to remove me from society. You don't have to read the signs, or I should say you don't have to go to the website. And if Kevin Perlman drives by and you go, there's Kevin Perlman, whether they want to say I'm crazy or not should be irrelevant. Just like the guy on Venice Beach, and there's 100 billion people just like this, but the guy on Venice Beach that used to cruise around on rollerblades with a turban and his Jimi Hendrix guitar, playing Jimi Hendrix or whatever, nobody ever questioned whether that guy is crazy or not and needed to be removed from society. They just go, oh, that's kind of cool. Some guy cruises around Venice Boulevard every day playing a guitar with Jimi Hendrix, right? And he was fairly known in the local area with the Jimi Hendrix guy, or the guy with the turban on roller skates with the guitar. Whatever. Nobody could care less other than some dude just being a little funky or weird or whatever. There's no he's weird crime, so we have to rid him of the world. So I walk out. They ramp up their attacks in the last couple of days because, well, my car's not parked in the garage. How dare I? And I can guarantee you that even if my cars were in the garage, it would be something else. It would be, you're ruining our lives. Like one of their lies is that I think I'm a security guard walking around the neighborhood. Well, people take walks, and not just me, but the entire neighborhood, everywhere on this planet, and nobody is told they're not allowed to take walks either, right? So you get the idea. And they even tried to use that in court, that I'm crazy and I think I'm a security guard, right? Just a cover-up tactic like all the other hundreds of thousands switching and changing on a daily basis to justify why I'm making them follow me around, watching me and stalking me, right? Doesn't make any sense other than we're going to rid you of the world. So I walk out to my car. We got two people waiting for me. And remember that the Met Complex has security cameras pointed at my house, notifying everyone in the community, which, based on IP cameras these days, is very easy for $50 and the internet. And so everyone theoretically could be watching an internet feed of Kevin leaving his house. Plus, remember that these cheapo little security cams do email notifications. So theoretically, and I'm just guesstimating based on technology, theoretically, based on motion detection cameras, Kevin walks out his door, the camera sends an email of me walking out my door, and everyone gets an email on an email list. Kevin Perlman just left his house, right? I mean, this is basic. You don't need to be some NSA employee to know this crap. This is basic common sense based on today's technology and the things that can be done. Now, keep in mind that you can apply that to the billions of dollars of terror investments with the government. If you can do that for $50, think of the ramifications of what's being done to my life with these mass worldwide groups. Now, I walk to my car. There's two people waiting for me because obviously they know when to come out. One girl is sort of pretending like she's taking walks with a black and white flannel and a hood over her head. The other is a guy waiting by the business buildings on the side, on the other side of the street, in solid black pants and a solid red shirt. Okay? Now, after I get in my car, he walks by and goes back to the Met complex, showing that he's not an employee there. He's kind of waiting for me. Now, the girl with the hood on eventually takes the hood off, but she's waiting there for about 10 minutes as I'm doing the crap like setting up this camera to video record me and things like that. Where another guy comes out of the Met complex wearing red and black and their patterns of twos, and he doesn't really do anything aggressive either, but remember, these are passive-aggressive attacks. So they keep doing these little suggestive terror tactics to try to provoke me into anger and get reactions and make me look like a violent paranoid schizo. Now, there is a black Mercedes behind me parked, which has, instead of a license plate, it has signature, a plate cover that says signature, and he hasn't had plates on for years, and one of the tactics is mass groups told citywide to take off their license plate and put plate covers on. For example, one day, and this has happened endlessly, so it's not some coincidence, one day I'm on eBay, and I'm typing auxiliary cord, looking for an auxiliary cord, and an hour later I walk out of my house, and a guy's sitting in his car by where I walk out of my house, and the license plate says AUX, A-U-X, I think in like orange and white. Why? Well, to hint about what I searched for on eBay, right? Now remember, these internet privacy violations have been going on all day and night, 24/7, since 1994, since my brother called me up because he wanted me to see the internet so bad, working both sides of the fence. I want to show you something, but really trying to figure out how to use the internet as a murder tool to have me killed, right? Or locked away or rid of the world. Same thing, right? And so, so you get the idea, this level of we're watching everything you do and sending you hidden messages that we're watching you. Just like the police death threats I have on video, we're watching you, Perlman, and all the other death threats and things like that. Wait, I gotta take this. Oh. So, just ashed myself. So, So I wanted you to understand the level of intricate privacy violations, and not only that, but the level of gang stalking or gaslighting to create mental illness. Okay, so we got the black Mercedes behind me, who hasn't had plates on for years, and remember, this is citywide, so some days I might go out, like when I went out to Encino Starbucks. I think in another segment I was talking about when I first, in around 2010, started going to Encino Starbucks, and Heather from Yankee Doodles following me there, stalking me, and then pretending like she got a job there to tell everyone that I'm stalking her, in endless similar situations like that. The parking lot, all the cars were parked forwards, which I have video of how people used to normally park, and one day I parked backwards, and after that it escalated to the point where 40% of the parking lots, also of that parking lot, before it went worldwide, people started parking backwards, to the point where 40% of that parking lot started parking backwards. But not only that, I noticed that the amount of cars with no plates and either dealer plate covers or something else were about 40% as well. So if you go into a parking lot with maybe 2,000 cars, probably more like 4,000, let's just say 2,000, and all of a sudden 40% don't have license plates on them, that's a pretty out of the norm number for people purchasing new cars. And the rate of change from forwards to backwards is also on par with that number, that percentage, all based around me, and a million other things like that happening, all based around me. You get the idea, based on the masses being notified to do things around me to try to turn me or make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo, right? Now, so you can derive this guy who hasn't had any license plates on his Mercedes for years, and always has this signature license plate, is trying to send me hidden messages. That, with people subtweeting on the internet all around the world about forging signatures and things like this, are all directed at me, Kevin Perlman, to try to get coerced false confessions that I'm forging signatures and this and that. Okay, so now, do they really believe I'm forging signatures? I highly doubt it. It's just, I'm going to keep trying to guilt you over and over until you say, this is what I did, right? Especially with me finding out what was going on at 29 years old, and my mother saying, your past caught up with you, go to a therapist and tell them everything in a very mean, elevated voice. So, what is it they want? Well, they want these false confessions, which, by the way, all those conversations were being collected from therapist to therapist and disseminated out to the public to use against me, trying to make me think I'm in a safe environment while trying to get whatever they can to use against me. And while that is way beyond any level of illegal for a psychologist to do, they're doing it, just like all these other things. So behind me is this black Mercedes with the signature license plate cover, which is obvious after several years that it's not a newly purchased car, because you get your plates within a month that something is going on. But not only that, once I eventually leave, there is a gray Mercedes that instantly pulls behind my spot where I parked, parking the gray Mercedes in front of the black Mercedes. Now, as this person parks parks where I parked, so that both cars are kind of as close as possible. A gray and a black Mercedes together in their patterns of twos, identical cars in patterns of twos, which, as you can see on my website, or I've talked about, is the 20 pairs a day, fluctuating from 10 to 20 of patterns of identical cars and twos, and the other tactics. Example, a newer one now is they grab all the red cars and they park them one in front of the other, right? So you could walk down my street and you could see, for example, two red cars like this together, all down the street, right? So two pairs of red cars here, two pairs of red cars there, all directed at me, together, always together, or them trying to get them as close as they can to each other. So now you got the gray and black Mercedes as I'm leaving, but it doesn't stop there. At the exact same time, a girl's walking down the street right as I'm pulling away, and she's in the gray and black pattern, wearing solid black pants and a solid gray shirt. Why? Well, obviously I've explained it. And when I'm leaving, a guy is also at that point waiting in an Audi, surveillancing me in their so-called neighborhood murder / watch groups, which are worldwide. And she, or he, is in the car surveillancing me and texting out to people. Well, I don't know what he's doing on his phone, but it appears that he's texting to people, the mass groups, Kevin's leaving, and blah, blah, blah. And they do this type of thing over and over. I have videos of them doing it. For example, they'll sit in their car watching when I leave, and then they'll text the mass groups, this is where I am, follow him, and do these things to him. So then I get on the freeway, and I get to Lindero, Lost Hills, and a guy is waiting in a gray and black pickup on the shoulder. Now, this one I can't 100% tell you if it's coincidence or not, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. He's just kind of waiting there. And so, what's the reasoning? Well, the reasoning would be that Mike Huntley lived in Lost Hills when I met him around 14. Originally my brother's friend, which I met him. My brother was friends with a person named Mitch Viner in high school who lived in Lost Hills, which Michael Huntley, who was about a couple years older, was friends with Mitch Viner, who kind of came into my brother's friends group and then befriended me, told to stalk me. With the government. And so, that would be the hinting message. Now, why is he doing it? Well, he wants me to create paranoia. Hey, he's waiting there, and why is he waiting there? Because he's hinting about Mike Huntley. Oh, Kevin's crazy, and blah, blah, blah. He suffers from obsession and obsessional looping. That is why. Remember, this is all being done with the psychology community.
Live view for your safe driving. Starting normal recording.
I hate when these cigars get short like this. They always go out, and you have to keep lighting them. So anyways... Okay, so anyways, I get to Thousand Oaks, and of course you can pretty much from their pattern of behavior, understand that now they're notifying everyone in Thousand Oaks that Kevin is in Thousand Oaks citywide. So I decide before my appointment to grab a coffee, right? We all need our coffee. So I go through a Starbucks drive-thru, and the entire Starbucks lot, all the cars are parked forwards, except 3 black cars, right? So remember, if you recall, they have a 2 and 3, 23 and 2 and 3 tactic to do things with 2s and 3s, and 23s, and all these weird cryptic numerology things that try to make me look crazy, make me look at, or make me see what's going on, and then turn it around that Kevin's crazy and he's into all this weird conspiracy theory and numerology crap. Okay, so I then get to my appointment in a fairly large parking lot, and of course all the cars are parked forwards when I get there, except where the door is, there's 2 cars parked backwards. But not only that, there's tons of cars with no plates. So also by the door where I walk in, there's 2 cars with no plates on next to each other, and all around the lot there are cars with no plates, and a lot of them together in 2s. So I go to my appointment, I'm done. When I come out in that section of the lot, it's the same, but then when I hop in my car to leave, people start honking their horns twice or beeping the car alarm twice. I had 2 people do that within less than 1 minute who saw me in the lot next to this one as I'm leaving, and in that lot there were tons of cars parked backwards in 2s, pairs of 2s. Now after this, I go to the cigar shop out in Thousand Oaks. I don't know the name of it, which is a really good cigar shop. And I get some cigars and there's a whole motorcycle group there. And they're intentionally waiting for me. And there's one black and red motorcycle on the sidewalk, not really that uncommon, but they like to use the black and red tactic with the clothing and things like that. I hand out, I'm like usual very friendly, I hand out some cards to the people there. One guy plays his game, what's this about, as if he doesn't know me, and then I give him the card and I start to explain it, but I tell him I'm a little tired, I don't really feel like explaining too much of it, because I already know he's going to sit there, play stupid, and say I'm crazy, and then he does the same. Well, just accept it and ignore it and blah, 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 and, whatever. And I kind of have a really short debate with him, like, the preservation of man is to stay alive, and so, you wouldn't accept it. Nobody would. And, he tries to make the point, well, no, this is the way, you just need to chill and accept it. And I say, okay, well, let's take the this is or is not happening out of the equation, because his belief system, at least when he's talking to me, is that you just accept your surroundings, and you can't control your surroundings or other people, so you just accept it. Okay, now, I have heard that bullshit a lot, and I heard it starting at 29 years old with a scumbag psychiatrist named Susan Donner, who I mentioned in my last segment, trying to get put on false labels on me and cover up their crimes. So I say, okay, well, let's take the Kevin's crazy and paranoid argument out of the equation and use earthquakes, right? If there's an earthquake or a hurricane or a tornado, would you sit there and stand in front of it saying you can't control your surroundings, so just stand in front of the hurricane and die? Or would you go down to your basement or a shelter to try to stay alive? right? Well, he didn't like this conversation where it was going, and so I just cut it off right there, saying, okay, well, I know you know who I am, but as far as the argument of preservation of man, if there's a hurricane, you don't just sit there and accept it. You do what you need to do to stay alive, and so me passing out cards is self-defense. Or you just die, right? And if your fate is you die, then your fate is you die, but you're not going to just sit there and accept being hunted by worldwide groups and die. You're going to let as many people know what's going on. So their only leverage card is whether or not I'm crazy. And I've proven beyond any reasonable doubt that I'm not crazy. And even if I were to be crazy or a paranoid schizo, that still wouldn't justify their actions, because there are some paranoids out there and there are some paranoid schizos out there, and they're not being hunted by worldwide groups doing these things, right? Normally people go, that's whatever, and I'm going to go live my life and I don't care. Showing their motive. Now, also, right before this, I forgot. I stop off, look for some food, and I find a ramen place, and there's a girl kind of waiting in front. She probably saw me and got out of her car, because what they do is they know eventually you got to eat food, so they go to all the food places waiting for me in mass groups, as if she's like for me or something, right? And when I go in, the waitress tells the lady in front of me, she says you can sit anywhere. But when I come in right behind her, her style or behavior changes. Well, you can sit in that corner, right? If you saw the pairs of cars on corner tactic that I posted last night, showing that they park the same identical cars in corners. For example, last night I did a really short video on the cars in pairs on corners around my place tactic, showing a gray Camry, and I explained why they used Camrys in my last segment, because I love photography, to hint about cameras. And on the two cross streets, there's a gray Toyota Camry here, a gray Toyota Camry here, there. On the other cross street, there is a black Jeep Ranger and another black Jeep Ranger, right? You get the idea. All these identical cars in twos, which most of the time they're one in front of the other, but now it's more, they're doing them a little more spread on the corners, right? And this is a corner where I like to sit. I come out of my house and I sit and try to relax. Remember, some of these death threats are no relaxing for you, nigger, right? Hence, we don't want you leaving your house. Like, your house is your jail cell, right? Now, where was I? So, we have the two Camrys, we have the two Jeeps, whatever, the cars in corners, and so after, when she says you can sit in the corner, there's a couple, a lady in black and blue, one of the color tactics, and the guy with her is wearing solid black pants and a solid gray shirt, just like I showed you some of the last segments, and the mass groups that show up citywide wearing the same exact color pattern to try to get reactions, all walking down streets everywhere I go, or places they know I'm going to go, all told to wear the same colors. So you instantly know that this person is kind of waiting for you. Now, at this point, I see what's going on, so I hand out a couple of cards. play stupid, right? Well, what's this about? Well, they know what it's about. They already know what they've been told, which is worldwide, and me handing them the opposing argument generally gets them mad because, you know, generally the people following you from place to place don't want a counter argument. They want you dead and gone. So he says, well, what is this about? And I start to explain, you know, there's video proof of these mass harassment, stalkings, death threats on video, things done to me on video, and talking about my life and all the lies, whatever. And the lady in black and blue plays this game like, well, that sounds dangerous, and it sounds like a dangerous topic. Well, I mean, the topic is what it is, which is the counter argument to what they've been told on these mass worldwide propaganda systems, where they're trying to make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo, and obviously they don't want it. So he tries to play the game like, well, I don't want it or whatever, and I go, well, you know, that's up to you, whatever, you know, you can read it, you don't have to read it, whatever, right? I'm just giving out the counter argument. At this point, they play this game like I'm dangerous, and they move tables. Well, fine, if they have the maturity of a 10-year-old, and that's their behavior, then they're just angry, bitter, murdering children. But you know, 50-year-old children. But at this point, all the waitresses and that couple start mimicking all the things I've said on Twitter and Facebook, which are jokes based on like Jim Carrey and things like this. For example, the waitress said, first she comes in and she says, hey, hinting about the waitress Heather from Yankee Doodles told to stalk me with the government. Then she switches to alrighty, which is done, and perfect, which is done in sequence and repetition. So if you were to isolate the person, it would be perfectly normal, but if you would group them all together, saying the same identical things over and over in repetition when they see me, it's no longer a coincidence or some random conversation. And so, of course, I hand the people in the restaurant some cards. You know, I don't try to force it on them like the courts and police are trying to say to cover up their operations. And basically, I pay the bill. The guy pretends like one of the employees pretends like, oh, I got the card, and now he starts calling me sir, showing respect as if he's showing me respect. And as I'm leaving, he starts whistling with the whistling tactic, which is done at every restaurant in the world with restaurant employees hinting that I'm a whistleblower, which in the beginning was done like between 10 to 50 times per day for the first 4 years after 29, with Mike Huntley's death threats and people in the psychology's death threats. I don't talk, right? And of course he mimics my conversations with other people within the restaurant as well. Things like that, right? Why? Well, obviously to try to provoke me into that reaction so he can call the police and say some crazy guy's in here, blah, 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 and we need to arrest him. That is why. So that's a simple visit to Thousand Oaks and the few places I went into and the local surrounding areas. And trust me, there was a lot more going on within the city. For example, all the parking lots, cars parked backwards in pairs of twos, no plates, all sorts of things. So that gives you an idea of a simple, I'm going out to Thousand Oaks for a couple hours. At this point, okay, so now I'm leaving Thousand Oaks. I'm probably going out to Camarillo, just to go some different direction. and so that gives me time to talk on the camera. I'm gonna pause this for a sec and figure out where the hell I am and plug some GPS coordinates in to get to the freeway. So I'll be right back in a second. Okay. Oh, and one last thing about the lady at the ramen restaurant is that the lady at the ramen restaurant was also mimicking things from the judge with these false convictions, and also associated with the stalkings from Coffee Bean in Woodland Hills. On Corbin and Ventura, who have spent 15 years actively stalking me with all sorts of lies that I'm masturbating in public at Coffee Bean, which 3 separate coffee shops have made these claims that I'm masturbating in the coffee shops. One is Starbucks on Ventura Boulevard in Topanga. The other is on that Corbin Coffee Bean, and the other is also the Ventura and Topanga Coffee Bean, also fabricating these lies, which they have zero proof of. And these lies all start with I'm masturbating in their bathrooms. Well, how do they know if I'm masturbating in their bathrooms or not, unless they have spy cameras in their bathrooms? So they wouldn't know anyways, right? So they're just pulling shit out of their ass, right? And it started at Starbucks with their corporate dollars, and then it went to Coffee Bean, and one of the employees at Coffee Bean, who called himself Kevin, basically said he caught me masturbating in the bathroom. Well, yeah, how did he do that, right? Okay, so, and then I have on video footage the Coffee Bean. The Coffee Bean in Corbin and Ventura, first claiming it's because I had a gun picture in the privacy of my own home with a toy gun, but whether the gun's real or not is irrelevant, because that's not a crime and nothing anyone would care about if someone is doing model shoots with toy guns or real guns, or has some joking around profile images with guns in the privacy of their own home, because the Second Amendment states you have the right to bear arms, right? So, as you can see, they're just jumping from thing to thing, but also one of the Coffee Bean people there waiting for me, which I have on video, was wearing solid black pants and a solid gray shirt, flat out stating that I'm publicly masturbating, right? Well, there you go, right there. That's what's called libel, slander, defamation, and a civil crime of destroying someone's life with falsified claims, and these falsified claims instantly, every single day, go worldwide. There you go, right? So even if someone did publicly masturbate, how would it go instantly worldwide, unless something freaky is going on, right? So you can derive from that it is, and this propaganda is instantly going worldwide, destroying my name, reputation, and life, and with daily lies to rile the masses against me, to have me killed, also known as attempted murder, because there's premeditation behind what they're doing. And the reason that things are rarely said to me is because they don't want a counter argument. They don't want, it's like my father and Mike Huntley said, you're not allowed to defend yourself, hence no First Amendment counter argument. And as we all know, usually when things go worldwide, they're on things like news channels. And if you're sitting there and you turn on the news and they say, hey, a guy named Kevin Pearlman masturbated in a Coffee Bean, you would then hire a lawyer and sue them for millions because they just destroyed your life, right? You get the idea. All these things are being strategically done in such a way that I can't say anything, defend myself, riling up worldwide masses to hunt me down with in their minds, justifications to do it. But once again, as I explained in some different segments, and is common sense, it is illegal for people to take the law in their own hands. So if people are told Kevin Perlman did this and then they're following him around hunting him, well, that's the crime of all crimes. The same things that Jen Hess was told to do to me, right? Now, except her level was more, I'm going to befriend you and get you in my life, probably on some kind of arrest plea bargain that if you can help us put away Kevin Perlman, we'll shorten your sentence for whatever you've done or something like that. I'm only speculating on that because I never really knew Jen Hess that well. I just knew that she was sent into my life and working with the police, and had motive from day one, with these other billions of people since a young age. Now, you get the idea. And if you watch that video with the guy in gray and black, you can see the anger in him, and it's not about masturbating at all. It's just some guy running around with his kind can't exist, with an agenda. Whatever they mean by that, I don't know. So anyways, okay. So now I don't exactly have a topic to talk about tonight, like a lot of my other topics. This is going to be a little more random, trying to fill in the gaps with these high school and childhood events. I still am around 16 years old, and I haven't really gotten into where these things really get bad yet, but you can see from what I'm talking about, they've always been extremely bad, the things done to me since 5 years old. And so I'm just going to maybe sporadically jump around from event to event, filling in the gaps, because I talked about Brian Weaver, Shane Weeks, Richard Carter, Joel Littman, and the things they were told to do to me, with many others, Corey Bixby. My last segment, I finished off with the scraping the side of my car at Carlo Salas' house, backing down this really long driveway in Hidden Hills where I grew up. So after getting my license at 16, I was never really close friends with Carlo Salas, but I can recall going over to his house one day, and which is a very vague memory, and I think he was kind of looting his father's bar, saying, take a shot of this, and it was like Wild Turkey or something. And well, I didn't really drink any of it back then. I was watching him try to take Wild Turkey shots. Who cares? Some 16-year-old experimenting and taking a few alcohol shots in his family's bar or whatever. And when I left, whether I had a shot or not, I didn't, but let's just say I did. It wouldn't be a big deal, because reckless drunk driving is like 0.08 in California, and what that means, most people know, is that you have to drink a shitload to get to that point, right? Life isn't black and white. You have to just pound enough alcohol to be belligerent and be a reckless drunk driver when you get your DUIs or whatever. Needless to say, I didn't have any alcohol, but that's not the issue. The issue is that when I was leaving his house, this driveway is really long, okay? You got a 16-year-old who's learning how to drive, which I've always been a pretty good driver to begin with, but 16-year-olds make mistakes, although in my life, I'm not allowed to make any mistake, and as you recall, something like pressing the gas pedal 1 millimeter too much with Corey Bixby in the car results in you tried to rid her of the world, and there's a worldwide campaign to kill you, and everyone in the city is notified to remove you from society for being reckless. Right? Doesn't really make much sense because, like usual, no crime has been committed, no accidents have happened, nobody's been hurt, and there you go. Showing what's always been going on, a family with the police and government doing whatever it takes to get anything possible to use against their son to remove him from society, and that is that. And so basically a 16-year-old driving down extremely long driveway in reverse, I accidentally scrape the side of my car against his white fence and get some white paint on the side of my car. Sounds pretty normal to me. I can remember Jimmy Leff supposedly gotten like something like 7 accidents at 16 in his, the Bronco 2, those small little Broncos, and his family, the Leff family, isn't hunting Jimmy down trying to kill him, saying you're reckless and out of control and we're going to rid you of the world, especially 30 years later, right? Okay, so there's a little white paint on my car. There could have even been a dent. I get the car fixed. There is absolutely no discussion about this with my family, right? Now remember, I come from a family whose communication is putting shock collars on dogs, right? They have zero communication skills. There is less than 1,000,000% margin for error in my life, and if you fart wrong, you're hunted by the NSA, FBI for extermination. So, this is very important. Nothing is said about it. Nothing is said, nothing is discussed. My family does not ask really what happened, but it's put in their so-called murder laundry list to the world that I need to be hunted and killed over. And that I have focus issues and all this bullshit, right? Just trying to figure out how to rid me of the world. Now, what's the result of this? Well, the result of this is in like 2001 or 2004, people showing up to Coffee Bean, Ventura, and Topanga, and intentionally sideswiping my car while it's parked to try to teach me these lessons, so to speak, for my so-called transgressions of imperfection, right? Now, let's break this down. Who would care? If I walk up to someone and say, you see my 30-year-old son, when he was 16, there was some white paint on the side of his car. We need to investigate him and his entire life over these harmless things to see if he's killed someone. That's beyond any level of insane and paranoid. Okay? Those are what you call paranoid psychotics. They get some delusion in their head based on thin air, and they just hunt you down your entire life trying to kill you over it, over things that don't matter. But then you have people actually going out and committing the crimes against me in retaliation because they want to keep thugging me and committing crimes against me until they can get these coerced false confessions. And they won't stop until they get the answer they want to hear. Well, that is not normal. That's insane. That's the insignificant Carlo Salas backing out of the driveway incident, which you can see there's worldwide people hunting me down to remove me from society, just like saying fuck you to my mom at 14, and who cares what people think, our one and only argument ever up until 29, and me finding out that she's part of this mass terror operation. Now, so you get the idea. When I have mass groups following me around, attacking me, then asking me why they're attacking me, they want these coerced false confessions. I need to tell them why they're hunting me down, instead of them saying, it's wrong to hunt someone down with worldwide support and kill them. And like I'm sitting right here in front of Copper Still Liquors, lighting a cigar, a pickup truck guy right here sees me and he just turned his car backwards and parked backwards, right? So, right, you kind of get the idea that I'm being hunted for no reason at all, or more importantly, for things nobody could care less about. Now, why are they doing this? Well, it's not because I backed out of Carlo Salas' driveway imperfectly. It's because of a government agenda to remove me from society while trying to brainwash me into thinking I'm a bad person and I deserve it, while people say accept it. You know, accept your death, just like Karine Eshigan, the therapist, Karine Eshigan. You can't control your surroundings, so accept these mass groups stalking you and trying to kill you. And people die from general anxiety disorder, which is one of their lame-ass labels, at a very young age. Well, people don't die at a very young age from anxiety disorders, and that is basically a death threat. And as I explained before, why is someone in the psychology community telling me this? Well, she's telling me it, obviously, to cover up what they did to my life. Okay, so that's the Carlo Salas. The motorcycles. I might have talked about this, but I probably didn't go into depth about it, but there's not really too much to talk about, but I'll just go through it. At 14 years old, all the kids were cruising around on motorcycles. And in my neighborhood, right? The Farleys, Tom Farley, parents bought them 2 little 50cc tiny little motorcycles to cruise around Hidden Hills on. I mean, you see these things everywhere for kids. These aren't really the super young kid bikes, but come on, a 50cc, right? You go out right now and you buy, someone wants a motorcycle, they go out and they buy like a YZR, whatever, a Yamaha Gixxer 650, 750, 1100. Those were 50cc motorcycles, right? My family bought me a Kawasaki 80cc dirt bike, but the dirt bike was this loud, obnoxious 2-cycle, right? If you've ever ridden motorcycles and you've ridden a 2-cycle dirt bike, they're loud as hell and annoying. So my father, which I never ever saw him drive once in the garage, had a 50 or 100cc 2-stroke Yamaha. Was it a Yamaha? I think the yellow and black is probably a Yamaha. My father bought me this, so I rode the Yamaha, which was a 4-cylinder, 4-stroke, which is quiet. right? So from right there, if you're talking about common sense and kids trying to create neighborhood problems, if I'm trying to create neighborhood problems, why did I ride the quiet motorcycle with my friends instead of the loud, annoying 80cc motorcycle, right? Now, my father is probably running around saying I stole his motorcycle and I'm a criminal and this and that, yeah, blah, 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 whatever. Creating mountains out of molehills, right? That's like saying you have a zit and the zit is a cancerous growth that you're spraying pus on people and trying to kill them with, or something crazy, right? The argument, like I said before, is going from here to like there. Like, you were in high school and you farted, therefore you were spraying napalm on people with military jets, right? Doesn't make any sense. And remember that these conversations are going worldwide, right? It's not some motherly gossip based on complete stupidity. It's going worldwide. Okay, so now oh, and I don't think I mentioned that at the cigar shop I stopped at, the entire motorcycle group was waiting for me to try to hint about motorcycles, while a black Charger and a red Charger pulled up together, parked together, and then a red Mustang and a black Mustang pulled up right after that, and then they started parking black cars in twos as well, and one of the guys got out of his pickup truck and honked his horn twice in front of me to try to provoke me, right? Which I stated before, that was the third time in 1 hour people saw me honking their horns or pushing their alarm buttons twice, which I have tons of video footage of this being done to me all day and night for years. Sometimes hundreds in 1 hour. There was the Thunas. They were a little older, and Marcus and Wayne Thuna, which we hung out with, had their 250cc four cycles, and you know, they're just kids cruising around the neighborhood. Now, at one point, I'm driving around the neighborhood, on the road, and a construction worker, what was his name? He lived in Hidden Hills. He was doing lots of construction in Hidden Hills. I don't remember his name. His hand, I'm driving down the street. He pulls up on my right. And a hand comes out the driver window and it grabs my shirt while I'm driving the motorcycle. Right? And then he obviously slows down the car, endangering my life. And he starts yelling at me at the top of his lungs how we're ruining his construction property. Right? Well, I'm not going to tell you that out of all the kids cruising around on their dirt bikes in Hidden Hills on all these empty plots of land, they were using the land as like a motocross course, right? And so he was mad that people were driving around on dirt bikes, jumping the little lips and things like that when he's trying to do construction work. But the question you need to ask yourself is, out of all the people and kids riding motorcycles in the neighborhood, and I wish I could remember his name, why is this guy going after Kevin Perlman on this piddly little 100cc? Oh, it's getting loud, I gotta close the window. There we go. Okay, so why is this guy targeting me? There's tons of kids riding dirt bikes, right? And I'm riding the most non-dirt bike out there, 100cc 4-cylinder, 4-cycle, and this guy, hand comes out the window, endangering my life, grabbing my shirt while he's driving, and pulls over, screaming and yelling at me. I can't remember my response. I'm a 16-year-old, shy, quiet, introverted kid, not realizing I'm being targeted, and the guy's targeting me, right? Now, what is it they were doing? Well, obviously, they wanted to make me look like I'm this horrible nuisance, shredding up their community, right? Was it strategic? Most likely. Needless to say, out of all the kids, Marcus or Wayne Thuna, who later on, they were around 16, later on one of them stole a YXR or whatever, a GSXR 750, went to jail for Grand Theft Auto. They don't care about him. They care about the kid just putting around on the street on a yellow and black 100cc cylinder bike, which at one point I think I spilled on a right turn and scraped my knee and scarred my knee. Okay, whatever, shit happens. Kids or people spill their motorcycles, and so be it. Who cares, right? You get the idea, right? Once again, things that don't matter, that are, the world's being told that I'm a reckless person, destroying communities and ruining people's lives. I mentioned in the other segment how my brother and Darren Moselle made their little Psychos movie with me and Tom Farley and friends riding around on these tiny little motorcycles, which is somehow being used against me, and Darren Moselle holding a knife up to my throat, saying let's make him the fifth member of the Bee Gees, which I think they're using as an angle to either say I did something to Darren Moselle, and I'm a schizophrenic, saying that he held the knife up to my throat, which, who would care, because it's just kids making some cheese dick movie that is a complete joke. But I also believe that my mother with the psychology community are trying to use it, saying that, oh, well, this happened to Kevin and he suffers from trauma, and so we need to force him onto medication, like all the other scams, right? And so, the other things, I guess, were, the only other things that happened with motorcycles when I was 14 to 16 was, Brian Weaver and Josh Rotenberg's parents bought them YSR 50s, which are 50cc crotch rocket looking motorcycles. For example, they have fairings on them to look like sports bikes for kids. And Josh Rotenberg and Brian Weaver were putting around, and they both got in an accident, and Brian Weaver needed to wire his jaw shut. That was in 9th grade, so I must have been 16. And at the same time, Josh Rotenberg kind of disappeared, and I can't tell you why. My guess is that their parents said, maybe we want Josh away from Brian Weaver. That's my guess. And I talked about all the Brian Weaver things in my last couple of segments. And his public shamings, right, with the government. So I can't think of anything else with the motorcycles except around that time, playing poker with Tom Farley in our den, and Tom Farley telling me that the Woodmans had a TV documentary, and they mentioned my name on this documentary. Whether that's true or not, I can't tell you, and I can't tell you if my name is mentioned in this documentary, why and about what. But what I can tell you is that after this, there's this whole thing with poker and how I'm playing games with people's lives, which I talked about. All the game crap, saying with the arcade and Jason Gordon and all these events, saying I'm somehow playing games with people's lives and this and that. And all the poker references, and people told to stalk me at 35 years old at the Coffee Bean at Ventura and Topanga, or Ventura and Corbin Coffee Bean, around 2005, because they didn't like the fact that I have a Zippo lighter with an ace on it. Okay, and you can bet that people like Lady Gaga with Poker Face and all the other songs, all those lyrics are sort of directed most likely around me, due to the fact that 80% or whatever, 40% of media, music, movies, you name it, are all writers writing things into their lyrics and screenplays around me to try to turn me into, or make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo. And so, especially with me talking about the H5, the movie Wizards, you can understand that these things are all being done to me, and they don't want me talking about it. Now, can I tell you 100% that songs like Poker Face lyrics are directed at me or taken from my life? No, I can't. All I can tell you on at least that one is that there's a good possibility that they are, due to the nature of what's being done to my life. That's pretty much it off the top of my head for the motor. Oh, and the background, but you should understand the background about the Woodman family. The Woodman family lived down my street, and what happened with the Woodmans is that the father, I don't know his first name, and the brother at one point got together and hired people dressed as ninjas to come in and kill their parents because they wanted the insurance money. That's the story behind the Woodmans, right? So after they went to jail for murder, there was a biography, or I mean a documentary about the Woodmans killing their parents for the insurance policy. Another thing that happened with the Woodmans is one day, okay, we all skated. I was around 12 years old, in between building the radio controlled cars and modifying the radio controlled cars and building the gas radio controlled cars, all those things I was doing that apparently my family are mad about. I can't comprehend why, because they should be proud of their son for building RC cars piece by piece, which people don't do anymore. And they're for some reason mad at me for building RC cars. We got into skateboards, and I had multiple skateboards. We used to go to Val Surf, skate down to Val Surf, where they had skateboard decks and the trucks and wheels. And while skateboards are completely different now, I had a Pal Peralta, and I had a Santa Cruz Slasher. I think I had another one. And my family got mad about the names of the skateboards. So, after buying a Pal Peralta skateboard, and this Pal Peralta skateboard has a skull, anyone that knows skateboards, or knew skateboards back then, knew that the big thing with Pal Peraltas, I think most of the skateboard designs had skulls on them, right? Now remember the whole skull, we're going to skull fuck Kevin to death and kill him with the FBI, NSA, and worldwide support. And it's hard to know exactly where the whole skull fucking thing came from. I've talked a lot about my art with some skulls in it. My father flipping his wig and putting bullet holes in his car with the police to pin on me to try to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo. But the Pal Peralta had, let me think of the designs, it's been so long. One of the designs was a skull with a snake coming out of its mouth and eyes. Another design, one of their famous designs, was a skull and I think a sword, like through the top of the skull, coming down through it. I'm sure there's 100 other skull designs from Pal Peralta. Ironically, and at this point, I don't think it's coincidence, but at 13, my father moved. After my family's divorce, my father moved to DeSoto and Avenue San Luis, and the closest cross street was Peralta, right? Now, with my father and mother and brother's patterns of behavior, of doing these things to me my entire life to try to turn me into a violent paranoid schizo, or make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, there's a high probability that my father moved next to Peralta Street by My Brother's Barbecue, which I talked about in some of my last segments. And most likely his story to the world is that because I bought a Pal Peralta, that I'm mimicking the street signs, right? So, for example, he moves by Peralta Street because I'm skating around on a Pal Peralta skateboard when they get divorced with my mother, and then he starts telling the world that I'm a schizo and I bought the Pal Peralta because he lives on the street. The same tactic which is done over and over to me, right? I do something before, then they do it after, and then they turn the story that I did it after. Example, Me joking around on IRC back in '95, asking people why is the sky blue, joking around trying to get the ultimate answer about meteorology and humidity in the air and the sky, just joking around while taking meteorology classes. A girl named Stephanie from Florida, who lived close to my brother while I was in Florida, comes in the Colorado Channel and she names herself Skylar, saying that because I said, why is the sky blue, I'm trying to skull fuck her and make fun of her, if that makes sense. So once again, Skylar, or Stephanie, knows that I'm asking these questions, joking around, being social in group chats. Keyword, group chats, has nothing to do with her, right? While they're collecting my conversations, is then told to come on the internet, name herself Skylar, and say I'm doing something to her. And at the same time, going through all my screen names, saying, well, because your name's Vertigo262, you're trying to make people mentally ill, or because your name's Mad Hatter, one of your screen names is Mad Hatter, you're angry and have anger issues. Now keep in mind, this entire naming convention, which they started on me, with Mike Huntley using the name Huntley to hunt me down and things like this, started 14, and they were also going through all my CB name handles as well, working on me before the internet. And this doesn't just apply to CB names, it also applies to every laptop computer name while they're violating my privacy and hacking into, with the NSA and FBI, they're hacking into, okay, so I'm out in Camarillo right now, and I'm noticing lots of pickup trucks parked backwards, mostly pickup trucks. There are definitely tons of other cars parked backwards, but here is another pickup truck next to me, and he sees me, and he just parked his pickup truck backwards. A red pickup truck by the laundry place in a Rumors something. So while their tactics don't just apply to all my screen names, like forms, nicknames for forms, which everyone does, CB names, IRC names, they also go through every computer that I name, and they also go to every server. So for example, after Mike Huntley hired me, after Mike Huntley and my family manipulated me into starting a 6-year company with Mike Huntley to get me from University of Colorado back to California close to Mike Huntley and my father, to get their friends close and keep their enemies closer, if you understand that mafia personality. Then of course we start naming our servers, which is normal. Every server has a name. Some of the names: Cyclops, Beast, Wolverine. Ironically, most of the servers Mike wanted to name were comic book characters. And keep in mind, my brother was the big obsessive comic book collector. So from there you can probably derive that while saying I'm a schizo and I think I'm my brother, that the reason we named our servers these are because I think I'm my brother, right? Now also, where things get a little more obvious, I buy a laptop and I'm sitting in the office And keep in mind, this is more around 27 or 26. I buy a laptop and I go, Mike, what should I name this laptop? And Mike says Shadow Cat. Okay, sure. Well, I wasn't putting the connections together that while they were hacking my computers and violating my privacy to use private information to create mental illness, that he was framing me. Does that make sense? So why did Mike choose Shadow Cat and then go out telling the world I'm crazy and doing all these things? Well, he wanted to try to make it look like I'm John Nash and like John Nash from A Beautiful Mind, which was one of Rhodey Morales' tactics, a mathematician that went crazy thinking that the FBI hired him to do government jobs and actually did have schizophrenia. And so Mike Huntley would say, Kevin, name it this, and then tell everyone a complete fabricated story. And of course, leaving out the part where Mike Huntley gave me the name, right? See, here's another guy. He sees me. Oh, wait. Yeah, another guy sees me, and now he's parking backwards. And it's not even a parking spot. So I bet it's a lady. And I bet if I come back in a couple minutes, the car will be totally gone. The other reason I think seemed to have to do with women running around saying I have the personality of a cat and I'm hot and cold. Linking back also to Melody the stripper, they sent after me, or Mike Huntley sent after me with the government at 16 years old, which I spoke about, who worked at the Candy Cat. You get the idea. Once again, all I did was name a computer a name, which is pretty damn harmless, and I'm being hunted for it. Just like my screen names or server names, my laptop names, my home computer names, you name it. And remember, I told you in '94, once my brother, originally friends with Mike Huntley, introduced me to the internet, they were using the internet as a weapon to try to get private information to twist and contort and use against me to turn the world against me. He's crazy, he's doing all these things. And because his name's Vertigo, he's trying to make people mentally ill, blah, 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 whatever, right? Well, how many people on this planet do you know that mass groups are following them around saying, we're gonna all hunt you down and kill you because your screen name is Vertigo, or your screen name is this and that, or your CB name is this and that, right? Like, close to none. Right? Showing that it doesn't matter what I do. They're hunting me down. If I fart wrong, they're going to say that I tried to suffocate someone with my fart gas, right? Okay, so, and then people are going to hunt me down, trying to make me think that I did something wrong by farting wrong. And if I ever tell anyone what's going on, they're going to say, you're crazy. Nobody cares about a fart. Why? Because this isn't about a fart or a screen name. It's about just trying to gaslight or gang stalk someone to make them look crazy to remove them from society. So let's see. Skateboards. All I can really think about with the skateboards is at one point I was skating down this really steep we were going to... I was going to A. Wright Middle School, and we would skate to the bus stops, and one day skating in Hidden Hills down this really steep hill. No, we weren't waiting. Well, we would skate to the bus stops and then go to school. That's what we do. But this day, we weren't going to the bus stop. We were skating to Val Surf on Ventura Boulevard, which is a very long distance, and I used to skate from Hidden Hills all the way to my father's house on DeSoto, which is a pretty damn good workout. This day we were skating down this hill. It's a fairly steep it's a long, steep hill, so it goes forever, and you just keep picking up speed down this hill. I don't remember the Hidden Hills street names. And my skateboard got the wobbles because my trucks were a little loose and I was losing balance. And so I fell in front of Tom Farley. It was me, Tom Farley, Richard Grunberg. I fell in front of Tom Farley, and then he fell, because obviously if you fall in front of someone, you cause a skating accident, whatever. I cannot imagine the lies. Tom Farley's probably telling everyone that I probably threw myself in front of him because I hate him or something. Who knows? I guess I did mention it, but the names, Vertigo, Mad Hatter, 100 other ones, all my server names, all my computer names that are being used against me, and I mentioned Peralta, Pal Peralta Street, or Peralta Street and Pal Peralta. My family really went irate when I bought the Santa Cruz Slasher working with Tom Farley. So one of the things they're angry at me is the name of the skateboard, Slasher. Well, anyone that has any common sense can understand that the reason they named the skateboard Santa Cruz Slasher has to do with carving, right? Like surfers carve on waves, or skaters sometimes, I don't know what it's called, like skiing, they traverse and carving, right? Or there's skating where you do half pipes or full pipes or whatever. I was never that good of a skater, but you get the idea. To them, they're not focusing on, oh, Kevin went out and bought a skateboard and is skating and getting exercise. They're focusing on making up the lies. Kevin Perlman bought a Santa Cruz Slasher, and he's like O.J. Simpson and a murderer, right? And he's a possible serial killer. Well, what kind of people say things like that? And what kind of people follow you around, going through your skateboards and screen names, telling the world that you're a crazy man when you simply went out and bought a skateboard, right? Doesn't make any sense from a common sense, logical, factual standpoint. And if you're spewing that crap to the world, it still doesn't even make sense, unless maybe it's coming from people in the psychology community, and it is. The other things with the skateboards, there were a few things. I don't want to lose my thought. Okay, one was going back to the Woodmans. This one's actually fairly important. One day I come out of my house, and this is before Mr. Woodman and his brother killed their parents, hiring these ninja assassins. I come out of my house, and Richard Grunberg and Tom Farley are sitting outside, hanging over the fence on the hill, which was above the Woodman's house. And Richard Grunberg went down and he stole Ian Woodman's skateboard. I think he stole 2 of Ian Woodman's skateboards. So Richard Grunberg went down like the horse trail, down the hill and into their garage and stole the skateboards and came back. Now, I was never friends with Ian Woodman, their son, so I couldn't have stolen their skateboards, because how would I know, A, that they had skateboards, and B, where they put them? But Richard Grunberg and Tom Farley hung out with the Woodmans from time, the kids, Ian and whoever else, and so they knew. And so they went down and stole these skateboards. Now, after that, they pinned it on me. But there was a little incident where Mr. Leff found out I had stolen, Mr. Leff found out that they had stolen the skateboards and I was around them. So I said to Amy Leff, they stole the skateboards. And she then told her father, Mr. Leff, and Mr. Leff was kind of known for, Mr. Leff was this, like, real estate tyrant. I mean, this guy made, like, billions in real estate, right, in Hidden Hills. And Amy Leff, ratted me out, and I don't want to use the term ratted like mafia, like my family does with this craziness, but she tells her father, Her father plays interrogation games. He gets the confession. And then he has this big conversation with me about stealing skateboards and whatever. Well, it turned out that I didn't steal the skateboards, although I was in the vicinity of Richard Grunberg stealing the skateboards, and it's not the biggest deal in the world. And yeah, stealing skateboards, 12-year-old stealing other people's skateboards, yes, it is wrong. I'm not going to say it isn't, but when you're hunted with worldwide support because your friends stole the Ian Woodman's skateboard, something freaky is going wrong, and it's not the norm. It's not a few parents talking. It is a mother and father with the psychology community saying our son is acting out, and we need to put him on medication for being a violent paranoid schizo, which starts at what? 5 years old. Okay. So now we can derive that what is the reason why Richard Grunberg stole the skateboards, and the world is being told that Kevin is like some kind of guy that breaks into bank vaults stealing millions and millions of dollars. Well, the reasoning is to, like I said before, turn the entire planet against me, to rile the masses against me with defamation and slander. Okay, so what was the other thing with the skateboards? Because it was pretty important. Hold on, I gotta think about this. After 30 years old, Tom Farley adamantly worked on me with worldwide support, saying I'm a violent paranoid schizo because when I was 12 or 13, my skateboard was called a Santa Cruz Slasher. Okay, that doesn't make any sense either. But there was something more important. Let me think. Some of the other lies are I'm a violent paranoid schizo that thinks he's O.J. Simpson. Now they're twisting it to I think I'm Michael Jackson, and a million other defamation and slander type of things like that to the world to try to make me look crazy. God, I can't think. It was important. Hold on, I'm going to pause it because this was an important thought. Santa Cruz Slasher. Santa Cruz Slasher. Slasher. I totally lost that thought, but hopefully it'll come back. But you need to realize, remember in my last segments, if you watched them, I talked about the steak knife setups. At 14, my brother taking me on... Oh, wait, now we got two cars backwards here. One's leaving. Oh, wait. And they're in a Kelly Hatch white Jeep Cherokee. Parking backwards next to this other lady that parked backwards. Let's see. Let's see. What else? Oh. So remember at 14, I talked about the cruise and the Pearl Harbor cruise and my brother trying to plant the Kershaw knife on me to flip me out with their paranoid schizophrenia tactics to make it look like I'm trying to kill him with a knife, right? He's also the brother that basically told me he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution because I stopped him from bashing Gregoire's head in with a crowbar. Right? So, Now, do you understand why people don't want me to talk to anyone, especially psychologists, about what's being done to my life, right? Hence the death threats. You're a snitch, you're dead. Working with the judicial system and psychology community. Right? So we got my brother working the steak knife tactic, how I supposedly tried to stab him and kill him. Working with Eric Christensen. We have my brother buying the Kershaw knife on this cruise, trying to flip me out with all the Pearl Harbor paranoid schizo tactics that I talked about in my last segment. We have Eric Christensen following me up to Southern Oregon State College, trying to get the course false confessions about steak knives, working with the judicial system. We have the judge, Eric Harmon, on these illegal arrests and jury tampered convictions, while the judge keeps hinting about 13s and 13 years old when my family got divorced. And we have the last psychiatrist, Christina Vescovo, trying to get coerced false confessions with the police that I'm somehow involved in elder abuse and parental abuse. The judge taking the case, choosing the courtroom 113. The judge sentencing me on these jury tampered, fabricated misdemeanor charges, saying I need 52 weeks of therapy, not 1 year, 52 weeks. Well, what judge is going to tell you, or person is going to say, you need to get 13 months of therapy? He's going to say you're going to need to get a year of therapy, right? So they're sending me hidden messages about 13s. Why? Because they're hinting about childhood and 13 years old, trying to hint why, once again, to torture me into coerced false confessions that I somehow did something to my brother with knives or guns or this, and I'm a violent paranoid schizo who thinks he's O.J. Simpson and all that. Well, like everything else, none of it exists. Now, why would someone exert the time, energy, and resources, billions of government dollars, judicial dollars, to do these things to someone? Why? Because they want to cover up their crimes, right? Because these are all things that nobody gives a flying fuck about, right? So, in order for the judicial system and Judge Eric Harmon and my attorney Seymour Amster, who intentionally stole $15,000 for these misdemeanors and refused to bring in any evidence supporting self-defense of me passing out cards, First Amendment speech, they don't want that happening, right? So, obviously, they want these coerced false confessions with the psychology community linking to my family, who all have psychology degrees, to cover up their crimes. Okay, so that was the skateboards. So now let me look at my notes here. Oops. And see what else I wrote down. And I just wrote down lots of random childhood events. Okay, Carlo Salas motorcycle, Mr. Quigley. I think I talked about Mr. Quigley a little in my very first segments, but I'll just reiterate. And I didn't. I'll just briefly reiterate. 11th grade, my PE / English teacher, Mr. Quigley, saw Paul Shapiro thugging and bullying me. And Paul Shapiro also linked to Paul Humphry sent after me. At the same time, they sent Mike Huntley after me at 14 years old. And I talked about earlier the dynamics, how they're all linked to my brother and his friends, except Shapiro, Paul Shapiro, would do is he would frame me from class to class. So, for example, Mike Huntley introduces me to Melody the stripper. I talked about all those things. I do the harmless. I bounced for her for a couple bachelor parties. Okay, whoop-de-doo, who cares? my family are angry because obviously Kevin Perlman is associating with a stripper, and they don't want me associating, like Mike Huntley said at 29, don't talk to those types of people. Okay, well, first I want to clarify or make sure that you understand the weight of that statement. Kevin, I want you to meet this stripper girl at 14, and you want to bounce for her for a couple of bachelor parties. Whoop-de-doo, so what? Age 29, after I get into building adult websites, and build a huge adult system, one called Erotic Ranch. Back then it was before .NET, so it was an ASP-based SQL database system, a huge system like MySpace for the adult industry, which I was a one-man show, so it didn't get super far. And people like Mike Huntley and Tim Thompson, who was told to befriend me at the pool hall, working with Steve McPike, says he wants to do adult websites, who supposedly works for Hot Body International, and all these people around me want to do adult websites, but Tim Thompson refuses to do 1 second of work while I'm doing all the work, which is something I had already started before I met Tim Thompson. And when the shit hits the fan at 29 years old, Mike Huntley, who is, oh, I have friends and they're strippers and this and that, goes from let's do all these things, which are not crimes, which are not things that anyone could care less about, goes from I'm your 25-year-old friend / jailer and you do what we tell you or we kill you, to don't associate with those types of people. Okay, well, first, what does those types of people mean? Now, remember that at around 8 years old, I'm being accused of being a white supremacist for kissing a black girl, right? Now we got a guy who's pretending to be an open-minded guy who's working with my brother to put me in mental institutions because I stopped my brother from bashing Gregoire's head in with a crowbar, right? Has now befriended me for 25 years. And all the shit my brother was doing, the road rage shit, running cars off the road, driving through drive-thrus with water, fire extinguishers, spraying them, trying to piss off people, what my brother called their runs, trying to get people to chase them, and things like this, are all being pinned on me, right? Just like everything else, right? The skateboards being pinned on me, all my brother's and his friends' road rage shit being pinned on me. So why was Mike Huntley, 14, before I even have a driver's license, introduced to me? And why did he hang around for 25 years trying to exterminate me, right? Do not associate with those people, which the very people that he wanted to work with to make money. Do not associate with those people. And I talk about in my previous segments how Mike Huntley wanted me to work out with him at the Golds and Worlds gym, where they had Rody Morales waiting for me, who said, Kevin, let's go to strip clubs, the fourth person in my life from 20 to 30. Also with Eric Christensen in Southern Oregon State College, let's go to strip clubs, working with the police on these operations and feds on these operations. All of a sudden, do a 180, I find out at 29, you associated with strippers, porn stars, people in the adult industry. How dare you, Kevin? Okay, well, let me tell you that the internet got to where it got by the adult industry. The technology in the early days, the ASP days, before .NET, before ASP, was driven by the adult industry, and none of these people in the adult industry are having the problems I have with the cops running around and government saying, we're going to hunt you down and kill you for working with people in the adult industry, building adult websites. And now my family's trying to cover up those operations with Mike Huntley, saying that you got into the adult industry to meet women and you're a fraud. You got into studio photography with women and green screen and 3D animation and visual effect art and technology to meet women, which is absurd, being that one of my photos with a pretty girl involves 15 to 100 hours of work is absurd. If first of all, most of the people in the adult industry that do photo shoots with models and porn stars or whatever, they just shoot like 500 pictures and they just upload it. There's not a lot of talent behind it, right? But Kevin Perlman takes a picture of a girl on a green screen and builds digital sets that take 100 hours is not because I'm trying to get laid, and out of all the women I've worked with, I've never asked any of them out. So where's the fraud? Doesn't exist, right? You can't have fraudulent operations that involve not doing anything illegal. But my family's running around trying to nitpick under like a macro lens every minute detail. You said hey, so you're trying to date women. You said hiya, so you're trying to date women. You said keep in touch, so you're trying to date women, and it's all fraud, right? Well, I'm not going to talk about all the things going on where these women were told to answer my TFP ads on Model Mayhem or One Model Place, initiating that they've seen my work and want the photo shoots, showing that they like my work and want my work. I'm not going to get there because I'm trying to stay towards 16. But the point I am trying to make is that when Mike Huntley, who is supposedly your friend, but he's your frenemy, and he's sent after you to rid you of the world and kill you, do not associate with those people means it's a blackmail and death threat. If you ever associate with those kinds of people, we'll kill you. And where's that coming from? My family. And at one point, when the shit hit the fan at 29, Mike Huntley said he wouldn't specifically tell me what I did, which is still going on 17 years later with worldwide campaigns to kill me. But he said, go talk to your father, to find out that my father wanted some kind of coerced false confession. Right? So Paul Schauffer, what was Paul Schauffer doing after these, after Melody? Well, Paul Schauffer was told, Melody gave me some business cards and handed them out to some people for work. So I handed the business cards out to a couple of people. Well, Paul Schauffer saw the cards, and so he took one of the Melody stripper cards and he put it in my math teacher's drawer, Miss Prohaska. Right? The other thing Paul Schauffer did was in Miss Garcia's Spanish class. Paul Schauffer, it was right after lunch and I'd fall asleep a lot in her class. Well, yeah, that is a little abnormal. It's still not the type of thing you're hunted by the psychology community and worldwide support saying you take medication for falling asleep in your Spanish class 30 years ago or we'll kill you. Doesn't make any sense. So I would fall asleep in Miss Prohaska's class or in Miss Garcia's class, and Paul Schauffer had like a Casio watch type thing, and Paul Schauffer would set the alarm and throw his watch underneath her desk when she left the room, obviously trying to frame me. Oh, Kevin Perlman's falling asleep in your class. And so I put an alarm under her desk, so it must be Kevin, right? Around the age 34, before me not being able to understand what the fuck is going on while my family's spewing these lies to the entire planet, I can remember being with my aunt on some trip, I think down to like Seaside. I think my Aunt Sharon or my other aunt, Jesus, I can't even remember their name because I cut all contact with them. And so I fell asleep on their road trip in the car, and when I woke up, my father said something alluding to I'm faking sleeping in the car, right? Which came out of the blue, like came out of nowhere. Like, why is my father accusing me of fake sleeping on a road trip in his car? Okay, so you start to question, why is my father, which I loved and thought was a good person, accusing me of faking sleeping, taking a nap in a car on a long drive? Well, he's alluding back to high school and the things they did to me, which he damn well knows were frame jobs. Trying to turn things around on me, just like he was hinting about Corey Bixby around the same time. Around the time his mother died. So this is where you really need to understand these psychotic personalities. We go to Arizona for my grandmother's funeral, and the only thing my father can think about is how to make his son mentally ill and get these coerced false confessions, but he's not concerned about his mother dying, okay? That is what you really need to understand about this psychotic. And so he was alluding to Corey Bixby and me pushing on the gas pedal imperfectly, as if I wronged Corey Bixby and was somehow passive aggressively trying to make her hunt me down and kill me with every resource known to man. So, anyways, Mike Huntley going from we should do all these great things to don't associate with these people or I'll kill you, showing that, and remember his words, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself, meaning that, hey, you want a cookie? Sure. I'm going to hunt you down and kill you because eating a cookie is illegal, and you know what you did. Well, eating a cookie is not illegal. Building adult websites is not illegal. Maybe my mommy and daddy don't approve of it, but hunting me down with billions of dollars and NSA, FBI to have me killed over is where things really get weird on all levels. Okay? One, if my father goes to Officer Sean Dinsey and says, or Topanga LAPD with NSA, FBI, and people in the White House and Congress and Senate and the psychology community and say, I don't want my son Kevin Perlman building adult websites or getting into studio photography with good-looking women, why would the police give a flying fuck this way or that way? Right? Do you understand? They wouldn't. They would say, stay the fuck away from your son, and if you pursue him, we're going to put you in jail. So, what does that say? Well, a lot of them were obviously paid off. There's no doubt about that. But still, this is an all or none thing. This isn't one police officer who is stalking me. This is worldwide support with the entire NSA and FBI, right? So is it really about the adult industry? Well, no. This starts at 5 years old. Kevin Perlman was not in the adult industry at 5 years old. Okay, so now I'm in Mr. Quigley's class around 11th grade, and Paul Shapiro is bullying me in the classroom. And I think I mentioned this on the other segment. And he's pushing me over on the desk. Now, Mr. Quigley, the cool, fun-loving teacher which everyone loved, says, Kevin, hit Paul. And, no, not Shapiro, Schauffer, Paul Schauffer. Kevin hit Paul. Okay? Now, remember, my family's argument is that I'm a violent, paranoid schizo, and at 14 years old are working on me on cruises with my brother to try to plant knives on me, to try to get me to go after my brother, while getting me inebriated with B-52s and kamikazes all day and night with Darren Moselle. Or my last name is Perlman, like Pearl Harbor, and like usual, they failed trying to make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo, and here we are at 17 or 18, and Mr. Quigley is saying, punch Paul Shapiro, or Paul Schauffer, right? Okay, Well, first of all, teachers couldn't give a flying fuck. Or I should say, first of all, teachers don't tell other students to punch students. While this could have been a rare exception, it is not with the pattern of behavior with my family. But to this day, nobody's mad at me for saying Mr. Quigley did this, or nobody's mad at Mr. Quigley for him doing that. They're turning it around like everything else, saying I have a problem because in the immediate moment I didn't tell someone that Mr. Quigley did that. Okay, as a cover-up. Now, in a black and white perfect world, sure, makes total sense, right? In a black and white perfect world. But now let's talk about reality, and this is something I mentioned in the last segment, but I'll mention in this segment. Reality is based on, ironically, shades of gray, and there's no doubt the reason the movie and the book Shades of Grey, or whatever it's called, was written based on all the things that were done to me while that movie was being made. A lot of it probably directed at someone's perception of me. The reality is, in life, people aren't 1,000,000% black or white. Just like my family's take on life is that you're either a good or bad person, and if you fart wrong, you're in the bad person category, if you know what I'm saying. So, while we have a teacher, he's like the coolest guy known to man, and everyone loves him, he fucks up. So, if someone cool who has a pattern of, I'm a cool guy, fucks up, you don't go ballistic on them trying to rid them of the world. You go, maybe the guy fucked up, maybe the guy slipped, right? Okay, so my thought process was, I'm not going to punch a kid. I can't believe Mr. Quigley told me that, but maybe he just made a stupid decision in life, and people that are good people, if they slip a little, aren't hunted down and killed and rid of the world because of imperfection generally. They have to normally establish a pattern of behavior that they're a douchebag. Okay? So while I chalked it up as, I can't believe the guy said that to me, I didn't know that there was a mass conspiracy to remove me from society. Now, like I just said, his reasoning would have been just like everything else I've witnessed over the last 17 years and documented. Kevin hit a kid for no reason. He just lashed out in anger and rage. He's a violent, paranoid schizo who hit a kid. Needs to be put in special schools and what's it called? There's a school where violent kids are put and labeled as like criminals up until 18, juvenile hall and things like that, right? That's what they were doing. We want to put you in like juvenile hall. We want to make it look like you're acting out in anger and rage, especially with Mike Huntley's comments at 29, how I'm full of anger and rage, which was just like deer in headlights, like complete shock. I can't believe this guy is like saying these things. I don't understand what's going on, right? Okay, now, because it's all coming from nowhere. It's all coming from out of the blue. And so, so that was the Quigley told by the government, psychology community, and my family to try to set me up to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo. Okay, let's see. Notes. Mike Cho. Okay, so 11th grade, late 11th grade, I'm in English class, once again an English class, and there's no doubt the reason they're using English class is especially sending people after me like Alexis Amore, who's Latin, and watching the Latin community hunt me down with labels, once again, that I'm a white supremacist and hate Latins. Now remember, it switches. First I hate black people because I kissed a black girl from 8 to 10 at T1 class. I hate Asians. I hate Latins. And so hence sending Alexis Amore after me, Peruvian, and all the things that was done to me in my father's office from like the age 34 to 44 by him hiring all these Latin like families, trying to mob me to death and torture and kill me, especially with me joking around with Fernanda Simi saying no speaking Spanish because I thought I knew these people for like 20 years and I thought they had a sense of humor and that you could be a person around them, to find out that they were all hunting me down for 20 years to begin with to have me killed, hence finding out you can't say anything because they're hunting me down to kill me no matter what, with my family funding these operations. And that is why, one of the reasons why my father wanted to hire me, having Lorena Escobar contact her, or having Lorena Escobar contact me after the Mike Huntley "I'm going to kill you with your father," which I couldn't comprehend what was going on, bringing me closer into his office, paying off Lorena Escobar to have me killed. So hence you can now understand how joking around with Fernanda Simi, going no speaking in Spanish, results in, see, you think you're the boss and you're trying to control us. Well, anyone can tell you that if some fun-loving guy is joking around with the people around him with stupid, trivial things like this, normally they don't just hunt you and kill you for farting wrong. Something has to be said to put them on edge. Okay, so Mike Cho, obviously Asian, which at this point you can pretty much come to the conclusion that now, after the Jen Yang breaking up with my brother, which I talked about, and the trips to Nassau, and all the angles they were working on with Jen Yang, how I've supposedly tried to steal Jen Yang away from my brother and did all these horrible things to Jen Yang that doesn't exist. 11th grade Mike Cho. Once again, English class, teacher, Ms Tunick. Is there a correlation between Ms Tunick's name, Tunick, melody, music, Tunick, music, my family's lies to the world that at 13 or 14 I'm a schizo that conforms to music, and my family mad at me for listening to Damn Yankees with Ted Nugent, a popular heavy metal rock and roll band. My family mad at me for listening to Guns N' Roses. My family mad at me for listening to Don McLean and singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie. Just like everything else, things taken from thin air to use to turn the world against me. Now we're in Ms Tunicks English class in 11th grade with Mike Cho and my good friend, God, what was his name? His name was, I had an Asian friend that sat to the right of me, and Mike Cho sat to the left, I wish I could remember his name. He was a really cool cat, and I really liked him. I can't remember his name, but he got busted for cheating on a vocabulary test, and they made him take English over. He sat to my right, and way far off on the other side of the room, Mike Cho sat there. And I can't recall much about Mike Cho anywhere in high school, any other classes. In my mind, he just appeared in Ms Tunicks class. And Mike Cho would, and the thing about the other Asian guy, I wish I could remember his name, but we would go out to this pizza place and we would do this. We would see how much pizza and Italian food we could all eat within like 30 minutes. Because in high school you didn't have much time for lunch, and this pizza place, which originally was the Vans shoe store, so it had the Vans, this like shoe hut thing. That's funny. I can't remember. I mean, most people can't remember the high school people's names, but we would go out for lunch. We would all see how fast we could get there. We would order this special they had with this huge amount of Italian food, and then we would all have a contest to see who could eat the most food within like a 30 period time frame and get back to school. And this Asian guy would always win, just cramming the most amount of pizza in his face and shit. It was the funniest thing, and I can't remember his name. And after 11th grade, he kind of disappeared. He had to take English over, and I think he went with Tom Hoke, went to Arizona State University for a year or something like that with Tom Hoke or whatever. I cannot remember his name. I wish I could remember his name. He is a really cool cat. But so he sat to the right. Mike Cho maybe like 5 seats over to the left, and Mike Cho would sit there, and he would just lash out in anger throughout the entire class. You damn communist bastard, like Tourette's, right? And he would just sit there with these outbursts, and it was the weirdest thing. And everyone just sort of accepted it. And that was that. I never really thought much about it. I'm sure everyone was kind of laughing. And that was it. I never really thought much about it. But I'm now looking back, and my guess, and I don't have any intuition, I have a little intuition, but I don't have any fact or anything solid, because I never had any conversations with Mike Cho. I was never friends with Mike Cho. I didn't sit directly next to Mike Cho. But my guess is that just like Scott Gellin, how I supposedly made him kill himself, and Carissa Brands, by the way, my guess is what they're doing and saying is they bring this guy in class, whether he's really suffers from this Tourette's or whatever, with this anger, built up anger, yelling out, "You damn communist bastards," over and over, flipping out every few minutes. And by the way, what's being done to him, or what's being done to me, isn't being done to him with his real mental illness, if he really does have it. I'm not sure at this point if he was acting to frame it on me, or he does have mental illness. But my guess is that I somehow was doing something to Mike Cho to gaslight him and make him crazy. Because common sense dictates that if I have a worldwide campaign running around trying to gaslight me, make me mentally ill, make me hit people for no reason, try to turn me into a violent paranoid schizo, with a mother stating your past caught up with you, and a father telling me I know what I did, but yet refusing to tell me what I did like everyone else. My guess is that they're either using the situation to make me think that they're telling the world I did something to Mike Cho, and then saying you're paranoid, or they really are saying Kevin Perlman made Mike Cho go crazy and made him mentally ill, since their theme over and over is we're going to put Kevin in a mental institution, right? Carissa Brands, Kevin supposedly made her check into a mental institution. Mike Cho, he just went crazy. My brother's death threats to me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution. Watching worldwide groups try to check me into mental institutions or jail cells and remove me from society, right? You can, by, like deductive reasoning or whatever, do the math, and the math is that that's probably being pinned on me like everything else. So that's Mike Cho and Ms Tunicks Class, and my family go batshit ballistic every time I buy an album, listen to a song, sing a song, type in the lyrics of a song. They want me dead with their worldwide support. Well, do you know anyone that if they walk around and sing a song or post a song, a YouTube of a video on Twitter or Facebook, that you've somehow committed a crime and need to be hunted and killed for? No, it's unheard of. Yet my family is saying that I'm causing havoc, by the way, one of our servers' names, named by Mike Huntley, by singing songs or listening to music. Okay? And I have watched people hunt me for listening to music all day and night for 17 years. And they're also working the angle of me typing in song lyrics like American Pie and other band lyrics off on IRC back in like 95, 96, saying I committed crimes and making up lies, and I'm somehow threatening people's lives by typing in lyrics or singing songs to a general group, right? Okay, well, how does a person, remember, just like Skylar, why is the sky blue? You type in a public channel, why is the sky blue? And a girl names herself to a public group, a girl names herself Skylar, hunts you down to kill you with the feds, FBI, NSA for singing a song, doesn't make any sense, right? Or if you're walking down the street and you sing a song and some random person comes out of the blue, he threatened my life, doesn't make any sense, okay? So, or saying why is the sky blue, doesn't make any sense, right? They're taking intricate fragments of my life, twisting and contorting them into crimes and disseminating them as propaganda to the world. Hence, Kevin Perlman in 11th grade made Mike Cho go crazy to the entire planet to turn the planet against me, to have me killed or rid of the world. Why? Well, it's all based on things that never happened, but because they have the resources that anyone on the planet can cry wolf. Kevin did this to me. If I'm sitting around a girl and I fart, Kevin raped me. And that information will literally and instantly go across the internet worldwide on libel, defamation, slander, and their propaganda channels to the world to have worldwide support of worldwide groups hunt me down and kill me, right? Well, once again, why am I not allowed to defend myself? Why am I not allowed to know what's going on? Why am I allowed to say this isn't true? Do you have any factual evidence, right? Why aren't these people questioned, most importantly, based on the way this information is illegally, with the psychology community, NSA, FBI, being disseminated to the world? Now, it's like I said before, the reason people are believing the bullshit is because people with detective labels, people with FBI labels are actually making up these lies to justify hunting me down and killing me. So now we're out in Oxnard, and I'm just sort of looking at the parking lots. Let's see. We have a guy, he's about to park forward, and does he park forward? Because no, he parks forward. But I'm here out in Oxnard, and the first thing I see are two white pickups parked together, and there's probably about 15 cars parked backwards. Here's two cars parked backwards, one facing the other. That's one of the tactics. We got two white pickups there, which strategically, most likely, are strategically parked backwards. But right now, there are only two of them, so that could be a coincidence. But in this 80% empty lot, why did those two pickups decide to park backwards next to each other, right? When that guy could have parked anywhere in this lot, he chose to park next to the other white pickup backwards. Usually, when I drive through these lots, like if this lot was crowded, I would probably see about 20, 30, 40 cars and twos parked backwards. And this is Oxnard, where I rarely ever go out, and it's being done. And while one thing is my father bought an Oxnard house out here, a beach house out here, I can guarantee you that whether this is in Oxnard or in Missouri, and they know I'm there, or they know I'm coming that way, they're going to do the same things. And I've recorded the rate of change, meaning that I'll go somewhere I've never been, I'll video the lot normal, and after I get there, everyone in the city will then start doing these tactics, showing the rate of change strategically around me. Okay, so that's Mike Cho, and while on the surface, you would say, that, so what? You went to high school and some guy was crazy and blah, blah, blah. But you have to question what's going on, that every person you're in contact with wants to make you mentally ill and remove you from society. And so you kind of link this back to that past event, and it has nothing to do with obsession. It has to do with you're under constant attack by worldwide groups, and understanding the whys, right? I mean, example, people don't just sit there watching worldwide groups hunt them down and go, well, don't look at your past. You suffer from obsession. Well, no, that's not the way human genetics work. Human genetics are based on, if mass groups are trying to fucking rid you of the world, you want to know what's going on and you want it to stop, right? Now, the judicial system, the psychology community, they're not going to admit to it, and they're going to do, you're crazy, you're a violent, paranoid schizo, and that's their leverage card over me. While they try to use these videos against me, they just might, but their entire reasoning is to immobilize me and box me in a corner to say, we're going to torture you and kill you, and you're not going to say anything about it, right? That is their reasoning. And so, hence these recent arrests trying to make me look crazy. The reasoning behind it is just that. He's crazy. But remember, and these recent misdemeanors that they trumped up, they did trumped up charges to try to make it appear that I suffer, that I'm a violent, paranoid schizo, right? Now, why are they using violent? Okay? Keyword here, violent. Why are they throwing the violent before the paranoid schizo, or within the mix? Because, and remember, this violent part changed recently, when they realized that I'm not taking down my website. So why are they using your now a violent paranoid schizo? Remember that these psychological tactics shift. First, it's you have nervous problems, then you have anxiety problems, then you're agoraphobic, then you're paranoid, then you're a paranoid schizo. Now it's you're a violent paranoid schizo with arrests, which are all trumped up, falsified, set up operations to put the violent in front of it. And the reason is, it is not a crime to be paranoid, a paranoid schizo. It's only a crime to commit a crime, to be dangerous to someone. And it's not even a crime to be violent. It's only a crime to commit a crime. So, example, if some guy actually is a wife beater, which is one of their tactics to say that I'm a wife beater or a woman beater and I hate women, with Jen Hess's lies that I hit her with a mask on and all that, which she came over my house the next day with no bruises on, showing that, well, if I hit Jen Hess, why did she come over the next day? Oh, we can't talk about that. And why did she come over with no bruises? Oh, we can't talk about that. Hence, if someone actually is a wife beater, he can't be arrested for being a wife beater, if that makes sense. Example, you see that guy? He's a violent wife beater. Okay? Well, I can't arrest you for that. He's a danger to society. Okay, well, that's hearsay. That's opinion. Right? So, someone who's violent can only be arrested for violence. Right? At the time. And, by law, the only real way you could put someone in a mental institution is by constant violence, and they can say, I want to check you, and it's probably an option, I want to check you into a mental institution for a temporary hold, and if they exert violence within the mental institution, then it goes deeper and deeper, right? But it's not based on a label. You hit a girl, you're violent, so we're going to hunt you down and kill you and you need to die. That's not how it works. That's not how law works, because once again, those types of labels are like saying, well, black people are violent, so they should all be put in cages, right? That would be the analogy. And it doesn't matter, because there are people out there which actually have committed violent crimes or subtle violent crimes like hitting someone, and they're not hunted with billions of government dollars for it. Once again, showing that my family's accusations with the police, example, Mr. Quigley trying to get me to hit Paul Schauffer would still not justify worldwide, he's violent, we're going to hunt him down. Right? But they're exerting whatever resource they can to remove me from society, no matter how good, no matter how perfect, no matter kind, generous, friendly, fun-loving, it does not matter. They have been hunting me since 5. And the more I talk about it, the more you can understand what's going on based on the dynamics of the situation. Okay? The dynamics are that their patterns of behavior are trumping up lie after lie based on fiction and giving it out to the entire planet to try to make it look like I'm exerting a pattern of violent behavior. That is why they are doing it. And they're not going to stop. Okay. And the majority of the people involved are going to play the same card. I don't know you and you're a violent paranoid schizo. Right? Okay. So, I video record all these things, and their thug tactic is, because we've arrested you, the more you talk about your life, the crazier I look, is their leverage or their ace or whatever in trying to shut me down and keep me quiet. Hence why I'm videoing these diary entries, because you have to get past the gang stalking. And the entire reason behind gang stalking is to make someone look crazy, to immobilize them, control them, and basically make them impotent to talk, if that makes sense. I'm going to take away your First Amendment freedom of speech by making you look crazy, and the more you tell people, the crazier it looks. And like that girl who was quoting things from the judge, Eric Harmon, threatening me basically at the ramen shop, was saying, well, because I gave her this card, it sounds dangerous and violent and this and that. Okay, well, handing a card and telling someone in a mass group of worldwide group that already know who you are, they've been told lies, that none of it's true, is not violent. The only thing violent is saying, you don't hand me this card or I kill you. Like the girl at the Starbucks on Encino, let's see, Oxnard and Canoga, who are involved with the Persian community to hunt me and stalk me, who slapped me because she didn't want me giving a card, and like usual I handed her the card. She didn't like the content, and once she realized that, she asked me about specifics, and once I told her that Officer Sean Dinsey, Detective Shapiro, Detective Angela Stewart are involved in doing these things to me, she slaps me and hits me in anger and rage, trying to make it look like the card itself is creating violence, right? Well, the card itself is not creating violence. It's the people that are violent are the people that say, you don't talk or we kill you. That's the violence, right? Those are the violent people. You either like the card or you don't. You can take it or you don't. You can read the signs on my car or you don't. But the reason they try to skate this way or that way is to try to create the illusion that I'm a public nuisance, creating turmoil, riling up the masses. But the masses have already been riled in anger and rage, them being told that Kevin has done all these things and to hunt him and kill him, right? So it's the judicial system and psychology community who are violent, and my family, stating you don't talk or we kill you. And I got tons of death threats from people with police-trained canines saying, you're a snitch, you're dead, we're going to kill you. And I have them saying it over and over on multiple days. And before he even broke from the stealth, I'm trying to make it look like Kevin's doing all these things to me like everyone else, he physically attacked me with a police-trained canine, all recorded on video on my websites. And the detectives at Topanga Division, LAPD, refused to acknowledge the mass attacks on me. Well, that's pretty strange. If the LAPD's concern is about violence and some guy's walking down the street with violent people attacking them, and they keep saying, well, they're allowed to attack you. What is it they want? They want that violent reaction, right? Some guy walks up, he starts bashing your skull in, you react, the cops go, well, I don't care that some guy bashed your skull in, you're creating problems by saying stop following me and provoking me, right? Well, what kind of person tells you that you're not allowed to tell anyone that you're being stalked, hunted, people are following around, people are trying to do these things to you, you get video proof of it, they keep jumping from thing to thing. You're not allowed to take pictures of people hunting you down. You're not allowed to prove it. You're not allowed to tell anyone. Right? Okay. So let's see. Where are we? We are... Carissa Brands. Carissa Brands, I'm going to get some food really quick, and we will talk about the Paul Humphry Carissa Brands frame jobs. Let's see. Where is my pause button? Pause. Okay, well, I did it again. I recorded a couple hours of video, and like the other day when I did it, okay, wait. Oops. So the other day when I recorded, like, for 4 hours, the audio didn't work, because I accidentally turned the microphone off. On the firmware settings, and today I had the microphone set to external microphone, turning off the main microphone with no microphone. So once again, I recorded the first 2 hours with no audio. But this time, I have multiple levels of audio recorded, so in case I did something stupid, I should be able to salvage the video, but I am definitely on a pattern of fucking up my video recordings. But anyways, all should be better from now at least. Anyways, what I was talking about was the context of the situation. So, what I was saying was, and remember, in my family, there's zero context situations. They can't differentiate between reality and stupid, insignificant things that nobody cares about. Although, the truth of the matter is, they can. They just, when I'm around, try to make me think that the world works differently than it does, showing that if this was like my brother, my family wouldn't care less. And not only that, but when my brother's going out with all his road rage crimes and all the shit he was doing that they clearly know about, instead of them being mad at my brother for actually doing things that people care about, they're pinning them on me to cover up what he's doing, showing that they're not as stupid as they pretend to be. Okay, so what I was talking about was the motorcycles and my father's 100cc that I never once saw him drive, that sat rusting in a corner, and my 80cc. And what I was explaining was that, like, when you're 16 and you get into dirt bikes and motocross, you don't get 80cc motorcycles. Those are for like the little kids, right? Those tiny little things. Like you go out to Silmar and there's these teeny little quad runners, these tiny little things for the kids, right? Well, that's what an 80cc two-cycle motorcycle is. Well, what is a 100cc Yamaha? Well, that's 20 cc's bigger. It's this tiny little thing, right? Okay, so now, my family's argument is also that Kevin stole his father's motorcycle, right? Well, that argument doesn't really make sense either, because, well, yeah, you know, kids, sure, I mean, if you really want to analyze it to the T, right, and go, you should have asked, and you took the keys lying around, and you drove this thing that nobody ever drove, and yada yada yada, is completely different than, like, I go grab the keys and it's just in the local area with all the other kids. It's completely different than if I grab the keys to, like, my mother's 300E Mercedes and went to Vegas or whatever, right? Okay, so what are we talking about here? Well, we're kind of talking about things that nobody cares about. Like, let's say you walked into a supermarket and you stole a 1 cent Jolly Rancher, and the rest of your life you had worldwide campaigns to kill you, saying you're a criminal and thief because 40 years ago you stole a 1 cent Jolly Rancher, right? Not being able to differentiate that a 1 cent Jolly Rancher is not like breaking down a bank doors with a bunch of Uzis and stealing $100 million, right? So, the point I'm trying to convey here is nobody in their right mind would give a shit if they bought their kid an 80cc motorcycle, which was louder than hell, scaring horses, and so he drove the quiet 100cc that nobody could care less about. And this 100cc Yamaha was not a GSXR 750 or a Harley Davidson or things like this, right? So it's kind of like, well, I had this tiny little rocking horse, but I chose to use a little bit quieter big rocking horse, and because I did that within our family, you stole the motorcycle and you're a criminal. Okay, so that, because some of their accusations, aside from calling me car thieves and other things like that, is that I stole, right? I stole this rusting, never used 100cc kids bike that my father bought for some reason. I never saw him drive once, ever. Now, when my father, I was probably like 36 years old, my father went out and bought a real motorcycle for himself, which was scary as shit because he couldn't handle it, to watch him wobble around. He went out and he bought like a 1100cc motorcycle, right? Okay, so why does this guy go out and buy an 1100cc motorcycle and then put the weight of the world on a 100cc motorcycle 30 years prior? If he's out, if he is 65 years old saying I'm going to buy a 1100cc motorcycle, then I guarantee you that my father at 50 years old or 45 is not thinking I'm going to buy a 100cc motorcycle to travel the world on like Jack Kerouac, right? Okay, so my point is that their level of accusations is like Kevin walked into some stranger's garage and stole their Harley Davidson, right? That's what they're trying to paint to the world, is this horrific criminal activity of this and that based on perfectly normal things. I mean, look, we're talking about a father who's mad at his son because I stole his steaks out of his freezer, right? My father divorces my mother, he puts food in the fridge, I eat some food out of the fridge, I stole his food. Remember my previous conversations, how Alexandra Cohen, this whole thing, how my father comes up to me and he tells me that me or Mike Huntley, he actually says Mike Huntley stole a clearly Canadian out of the fridge, which was Alexandra Cohen's. Well, think about that. When you go over in your family's house, they stock the food, they stock the fridge with drinks so that you can just grab whatever drinks you want out of your family's house, right? But yet, you grab a clearly Canadian and you stole a drink and you're a thief and you need to be hunted with worldwide support, okay? So the point I'm getting is I'm trying to set the context of all these situations. I tapped my foot by Aubrey Fisher, therefore I'm a troll, therefore there's worldwide support to kill me, is unheard of, with the statement that nobody has ever tapped their foot around someone, and that kind of crime not only does not go unpunished, but you're hunted and killed over it by unprecedented styles of murder operations without any type of due process. So that's the point I'm trying to make, because when my family are disseminating these lies about me, they're all the same thing. You drink a drink and you cough, so therefore you have cancer, and it's a crime not to go to the doctor, and we're going to kill you because you're a danger to yourself or others, right? I mean, it sounds comical. It sounds funnier than hell. You could put that in all sorts of comical movies, comedy movies, and people would probably laugh their ass off. But once you apply that to real life, that's a pretty fucked up situation. And this is going from one thing to the next. Okay, so anyways. Oh, and my mother's conversations were weird too. They were like, after hearing my conversation with a tow truck driver, him notifying over the internet, she says, oh, you got food? Well, maybe you should take it home and shouldn't drive, and all sorts of weird shit that she does based on her paranoid psychotic issues, or neurotic behaviors. But anyways, okay, so now there's another event which I totally forgot about, which apply to the motorcycle days at 14. And this one I find pretty interesting as well. And what happened here, which I didn't think much of as a kid, but it is pretty strange. So I'm driving around the neighborhood, and I think I'm going to the Thunas, but I'm driving around Hidden Hills on the black and yellow Bumblebee Yamaha 100 kiddie bike, right? Which, now thinking back, why did we even have it? I don't know. Where did it even come from? Because it was just 100cc sitting in my father's, in my house, in our garage, right? It was sitting around where my father built a soapbox racer, which we all got together and drove till it crapped out, whatever. But it was just a 100cc Yamaha sitting in our garage for years, rusting, and I don't even know why we had it, because, like I said, I never saw my father drive it, and it's really too small for a grown man to drive, right? So why did we have it? Well, that is pretty strange. I'm thinking about it now, sort of looking back, like maybe they knew the 80 was too loud, so they put the 100 there, knowing that I'm going to make the right choices so that they could smear my name. I mean, that's just a theory, and I highly doubt that's the case, but in my family, you never know. Anyways, so my point is that the 100cc motorcycle was never stolen, just like everything else. It's just the next one of my family's scams. But they're using it definitely as a leverage play that this 14-year-old is driving around Hidden Hills, tearing it up. He's a nuisance. He's this and he's that. He's shredding up construction work. He's doing this. None of this exists. Like everything else, the only thing that has happened is Kevin was 14 and cruising around with his friends on motorcycles, and nothing wrong happened except for that guy, which I think owned the Almondson's Ranch, which I think was doing construction work for the Almondson's Ranch, but I'm not sure, who endangered my life, just randomly going ballistic on Kevin Perlman, like usual, for no reason, looking for some angle probably to make it look like I'm this and that. Okay, so, like every other situation, absolutely nothing has happened, but I'm breathing, and larger groups are hunting me down for no reason. And nobody's this concerned over Wayne Thuna or Marcus Thuna, who actually did steal Grand Theft Auto a Gixxer 750 from someone, right? Okay, so now I'm on this 100cc Bumblebee bike, and I'm driving up somewhere in Hidden Hills, probably going to the Thunas, and a guy is walking his dog. I'm driving, and the dog that the guy is walking, which isn't on a leash, just starts charging me. The thing just starts booking after me, which isn't the strangest behavior from dogs. I mean, our little dog Pippin would chase the mail truck and have his little paws run over several times. So that's not the weirdest dog behavior. And this dog saw me, and this was a big dog. This wasn't like some small dog though. Like Pippin was a Jesus, what do they call him? Looks like a little poodle, a Bichon Frise, right? That's what Pippin was. This little fuzzy white ball, this little cotton ball, Bichon Frise, and it would follow the mail truck and have his paws run over. Okay, so I'm driving up this hill. This guy's walking his dog. Dog charges me. Dog jumps in front of the motorcycle. Obviously, you can't stop in time when some dog is lunging after you and runs in front of your motorcycle, and the front wheel ends up hitting the dog. We take the dog to the vet. It's not like I denied hitting the dog. Obviously, like all these other incidences, they're unavoidable incidences, right? You're driving, the dog starts booking after you and lunges at you, and he gets in front of your bike and your wheel hits it, right? Okay, but let's look at the history of events. And I explained in the other segments, I got car after car, people waiting on the side of the roads, and when they see me trying to T-bone, make it look like I'm T-boning them, right? And ironically, there was a wrestler, someone redneck, who named himself T-bone around these things when these things were happening. I can't tell you if that's a coincidence or not. There's also my brother with my family mad at me for buying Trans Ams and talking about breaking dicks with Kelly Hatch and transvestites. Actually trying to figure out ways to create physical problems for me with my brother's urology degree and all sorts of freaky things with psychology degrees. Actually trying to create mental illness, trying to create addiction, trying to create all these things, right? Just rid me of the world. Okay, so anyways, I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't deny I hit the dog, although it was 1,000,000% his fault. I think my family paid the vet bills, but really the guy shouldn't have been paid shit. But you're talking about a 14-year-old who really isn't on the ball on these types of situations where people's dogs are lunging at them, and the reality that these people are all trying to cover up the things they're doing by making it look like I'm doing all these things. So, and I never really connected the events, right? 14 years old, I'm driving the motorcycle, dog runs after me and jumps in front of the motorcycle. I hit the dog's fine with some minor vet bills. The world's told I'm plowing dogs, right? 16 years old, guy on a motorcycle in front of me, slides his bike on the rain, telling the world that I hit him with my car. Same time period, wrestling coach Brock Delp pretends that he's in a motorcycle accident while we have a replacement Coach Jono, where the whole black girl is brought on, and they frame me saying I hate black women and her quitting the wrestling team after quitting with me, or after wrestling with me. What else? Right after that, the lady waiting for me on the shoulder of the road on Ventura Boulevard before Topanga at the Honda dealership sees me, launches her car perpendicular while I'm in the fast lane, causes an accident, which in no way, shape, or form could be my fault. And she jumps out of the car screaming that I tried to kill her, working with the police, NSA, FBI. Street races at 1617 Mason Road. Guy sees me street racing out of 2 street races ever, where this is done every Friday night by hundreds of people. Nobody can care less. One of the street racers, waiting on the shoulder of the road, launches his car at me, trying to perpendicular slam into the side of my car, which I managed to avoid him. What's the count, right? That's about 4 or 5 people from 16 to 17. No, from 14 to 18, trying to make it look like I'm reckless and doing all these things, right? Okay? Unheard of. And the only one who's exerting good driving is me, right? Okay, so you know something freaky's going on. And when I mentioned on MySpace or Twitter about the Honda dealer one, maybe at 37, the cops went batshit ballistic. We're going to rid this guy of the world, and he better not talk. Okay, so you know when you're talking about things being done to you 30 years prior, and the cops are hunting you down, you better not say anything. You're a snitch, you're dead, we're going to kill you. If that's not guilt, I don't know what is. Okay. So that's some motorcycle things. Let me pause this. I got a GPS. Okay, so you get the ideas with the motorcycles, and remember, whenever I tell someone about my life, no matter who, whether they're strangers asking me about my life and the events, or the police, or even psychologists, most of the time it's you suffer from mental illness because you're talking about your life, right? Well, that's all anyone really needs to know. We got people like my mother and her psychology degree, and in order to control and take away your First Amendment, it's you suffer from obsession, you suffer from paranoia, you suffer from this, you suffer from that. But so you have to question why they're sort of trying to keep tabs on me and stop me from telling anyone about any event of my life, right? You know, if I meet some stranger out in Oxnard or wherever, or like Ventura where I am now, and they ask me about my life and my website, there's no reason anyone should get mad unless I'm like tying the guy down saying you better listen or I'm gonna kill you or something, right? But remember, these people are asking me about my life, and once they find out that I know too much, they get defensive. And my family, they get even more defensive with the police, showing their guilt and anger and rage. Okay, so now, that was back to 14. Now I want to talk about around 16 to 17, Calabasas High, between around 9th, 10th, and the 11th grade. Paul Humphry, after he's told to befriend me, and Carissa Brands, his girlfriend. So Paul Humphry dates a girl out in Mulholland who her dad actually built like a log cabin house up in Mulholland. And ironically, whether this is coincidence or not, I can't tell you, but I have a feeling it's not. My father moves, when did he move there? Maybe when I'm around 25, I think, or something, my father moves sorry, choking on coffee. My father moves like a street over up in Mulholland Canyon from where Carissa Brands lived when I was in high school. Now, is that coincidence? I doubt it, because I watched my father and my family work on things like, for example, when they sent Jen Hess after me, Paul Humphry, after that was over with, after I was like, okay, this girl's out of my life and that's over with, this weird, totally weird, crazy broad comes to my life pretending she's a schizo and saying that I hit her with a mask on, not to me, but to everyone else, and then telling me that I had hit her, that someone had hit her with a mask on, of course coming over the next day with no bruises or anything, showing nothing ever happened. Paul Humphry, so years later, Paul Humphry moves out to the Torrance area, like an exit after where she lives, out by Grant Street in like the Torrance area, right? Okay, now this isn't a one-time thing with Paul. In the last segments, I talked about Paul Humphry dating girls that I met on the internet. One's name was Honey, to try to flip me out or whatever. I thought it was a coincidence. I didn't know he was actually stalking me with mass groups. And the reason he moved over to the Torrance area after this was to try to make it look like I'm cruising down to stalk Gen S, right? Okay, well, it turned out doing some analyzing of my life, Paul Humphry wasn't exerting this pattern just with Gen S. He was scoping out all the women I was meeting and talking to on IRC and getting apartments and buy them and saying, Kevin, come over. Now, not only did I not really know who these people were or their addresses, but I figured out enough to figure out he was matching the same city area and trying to make it look like I'm stalking or trying to find people or searching them out or things like this, right? Example, you talk to a girl in Northridge, and Paul then moves to Northridge and keeps inviting you over, and then people are getting angrier and angrier if you're stalking women, yet you have no concept it's going on, because why would it be, right? And think of the level of time, energy, money investment, people deviating from having normal lives like Mike Huntley to rid me of the world, right? It's unfathomable, but it's happening. So Paul Humphry established a pattern of behavior on these frame jobs, right? Now, does that have something to do with my brother putting license plate frames on his car saying I swerve and hit people at random while trying to tell the world I'm a violent paranoid schizo that hits people? Most likely yes, because like I explained before, the dynamics of how Paul Humphry is told to come in my life through Joe Humphrey, my brother's sort of friend in his grade, to befriend me, right? So Paul starts dating Carissa Brands, a blonde chick, a blonde hippie-ish chick. I think she was into volleyball. And remember that I was never close with Carissa. Paul would a lot of times be around with Carissa, and I can't remember too many. I remember him coming over to my father's house to watch Monty Python like one time, and maybe a couple other times, and I'm sure I saw her around him a couple of times in high school. And the other big thing I think I talked about in the other segments was the double date with Carissa and her friend. I don't know her name. If I had to guess, it would be Karen, the annoying girl that kept going, pick a game, pick a game, pick a game. But, and then I explained the whole gaming freaky thing going on, which also applies to the movie War Games, which they're sort of were trying to flip me out using references from the movie War Game. But, so you get the idea. That Carissa I wasn't really around her other than a few times that Paul was around, and he dated this girl, whatever. You know, that's his thing, that's his girl, and that's whatever happened to Carissa, which supposedly later on in high school she checked into a mental institution and tried to kill herself, would have absolutely nothing to do with me, except as I explained in the last segment, me joking around. She's following me home. We get to Hidden Hills. I let her in the gate through the gate guard. We're on Round Meadow Road. There's a couple miles stretch from Round Meadow Road to Hoback Glen to my mother's house. And because I'm driving my souped up Trans Am, I take off, like you could say in the movie The Wraith, because they were using the movie The Wraith to try to flip me out. Which I found out like 5 years ago or maybe, and I just watched it a couple of years ago, or last month actually, and really saw the things they were doing. And somehow my mother has this huge speech how leaving people behind and stranding people and this and that. Well, we're not talking about stranding people, right? Once again, I just told you about the 100cc motorcycle, which is the end-all be-all of crimes, which nothing is there. But now I'm talking about joking around, like doing a prank on a friend. Like if I walk up to you and go, "There's something on your shirt," and you look down, and I go, "Oop," and I flick your nose, right? Did I ruin your life? You shouldn't batter people, right? That's equivalent to what's going on. You flicked my nose, so you battered someone, and you're hunted down with worldwide support, saying you suffer from anger, rage, you're a violent paranoid schizo because you tried to kill someone and bash their skull in. What really happened? You're joking around like people do every day of your life, right? Meaning what? Meaning it's not safe unless you're some kind of robot who has absolutely no sense of humor, no expression, no verbal dialogue, and you just grunt, right? Okay, so, trying to think, Carissa Brands. I can't really think of much because I was never around Carissa. I mean, there's absolutely nothing to the situation other than if she really did try to kill herself, I would have to say Paul drove her to it because Paul's her boyfriend, not me, right? So there's not much interaction with Carissa, and there's one event that my mother is turning into the end-all be-all of crimes, which is perfectly normal. They're kids being kids joking around. And so what my mother would be saying is, I left this girl behind and stranded her 2 miles away from my house. Well, it took her 10 minutes longer to get to my house because I didn't stay at a slow pace. I just used my accelerator, right? Does that make sense? And when people have fast cars, they like to push the gas pedal and feel their engine. But remember, once again, if I break the speed limit by 5 miles per hour, then I'm a reckless driver, right? So, if you're not getting the glass, which I'm sure you are, there is no win to the situation because no matter what you do in life, no matter how insignificant, it is the end-all be-all of crimes, and how my family actually have worldwide extermination operations over someone who has committed the crime of breathing too heavy or sighing too heavy is unfathomable. Anyways, let me brainstorm here. Well, I can't tell you specifically any of these events with Carissa. I did explain how I met her after college, way after Paul Humphry was broken up with her. I didn't meet her. I saw her somewhere, now knowing she probably followed me, and she wanted to take me to Malibu hiking trail and hike, and it didn't work out, and I told Paul because I'm honest with my friends that whatever, and of course Paul went off the deep end, although Paul was already hunting me. So did he really go off the deep end? No, he was just using more data that he could use against me. That somehow I'm an asshole and trying to steal his ex-girlfriend and things like this, right? Well, not only was it one single date, I wasn't interested in her, and after that is when he met Honey after I dated Honey on IRC in his so-called revenge tactics, right? Of things that don't matter. Other than that, the real relevance that needs to be talked about is why there's this common theme of trying to put me in mental institutions, and girls who are dating people told to hunt me down and remove me from society, claiming that they tried to kill themselves and check into a mental institution. But now that I think about it, I don't think I ever heard that from her. I heard it from Paul Humphry, right? So, if I had to guess, I would say that it never even happened. Paul just said it and is creating this fictional story, like all the other ones, to try to figure out how to remove me from society with my family. Okay, so...
Is it right 2 lanes to take the I-5 South ramp to Los Angeles?
Hold on. Gotta do some of my out of control lane changes here.
Is it right 2 lanes to take the I-5 South ramp?
There we go. I don't know if you're seeing that on camera, but I think
In half a mile, merge onto I-5 South.
I think some of my tires might have touched the white line for more than 0.01 seconds, and therefore I'm a reckless driver and need to be hunted by Sean Dinsey with my family. And if he can't arrest me, people need to launch vehicles at me to make it look like I'm a reckless driver, because I just got away with my wheel touching a white line for 0.2 seconds, right? Okay, now, what was that, Kevin? Was that sarcasm? Okay, well, that brings me up to the next point. My family is intolerant of sarcasm. Okay? What you just saw me do with the sarcasm is perfectly normal human behavior. We all know it. Hence, my family say that because I have sarcasm, which everyone has, then I exert emotional trauma from my youth and I need to be put on medication. Okay? What's my point? My point is that statement, just like all the other accusations from my family with the police and government, are all the same things, right? These are perfectly normal human behaviors. Resting your feet on a chair is a perfectly normal human behavior, especially while reading books. Buying lazy boy chairs and putting your feet on them are perfectly normal. Whether you're in the bathroom for 30 seconds or 10 minutes and being constipated is perfectly normal human behavior. Having a coffee at morning and night, or having one coffee for 4 hours and slowly sipping on it is perfectly normal behavior. All these things are things that my family are saying I'm out of control and a danger to myself or others. Okay, so Carissa Brands, I don't know if I have anything really much to say on Carissa Brands, except I think they're using the name Brands, like we're branding you as someone who tried to make someone mentally ill and gaslight them as one of their scams. And I think that's really it for Carissa Brands. Maybe some side thoughts will come later on if something pops up, but really, like everything else, it's just complete fiction from thin air. Let's see. I mean, it's not even drama, it's just fiction from thin air, and like I explained, how does it go from here to the other side of the world, right? It's impossible. Okay. Oh, the locking self in bathroom for camp. Okay, so just recently, and this seems to be part of the we don't want you ever leaving your house and trying to starve you to death in it. But some of the topics that have come up from courtroom hints to my mother's digging on the phone at 46 are questions about my mother, about me locking myself in the bathroom, like when I was 8 years old or something. Okay? 8 years old. 8, 10, I'm not sure. Who the fuck would care, right? You're saying that kids don't do things like not want to go to camp and lock themselves in the bathroom or whatever. I mean, I've heard stories of kids actually running away from home, and I can tell you that they're not being hunted by werewolves or over stupid shit like that, whatever. But the story is, there was some day camp. I can't even remember. Tom Farley was over my house. There's some day camp, and I didn't want to go. And like I said, I was very shy and introverted, and I didn't want to go to camp. I was a little scared, and that's not super uncommon for an 8 years old, maybe a little off, but we're not talking worldwide extermination operations. You're different. We're going to put you in mental institutions and rid you of the world. Okay. So, it's as simple as this. They're about to leave. I think a bus was coming or arriving. I didn't want to go. I'd never been to camp before. I was a little scared. An 8-year-old, remember, an 8-year-old. And I run in the bathroom and lock the door. Now, how long was I in the bathroom? I don't know, 10 minutes, right? So we're talking complete insignificance. That's it. Now there's all this super analysis at 46 about me having traumatic events, and so over this camp thing. But what about in between, right? What about in between 8 years old and 46? What about the skydiving and the hang gliding and all the crap that my family's also mad at me about for other reasons? Because it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to be hunted in my family with the police and government. Example, I go skydiving and then I'm competing with Kelly Hatch, right? Because Kelly Hatch sparked the idea, which sounded like a really cool thing to do, so therefore it's the end-all be-all of crimes to Kelly Hatch, right? I'm then competing, I'm trying to destroy her life, like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his Mr. Olympia competitions. Why can't a guy just go, that's a really good idea, I'm going to go out and do that with my friends, right? Okay, so once again, we're taking things that are perfectly normal to systematically use against me with ulterior motives. And that is exactly what Mike Huntley meant when he said, we are using the system against you. And quoting to me lines from Crocodile Dundee, saying things like, I don't remember the line exactly, when there's a problem, I tell Wally, and Wally tells the city or the town, and there's no more problem. Basically letting me know that he's trying to get whatever dirt he can to give to the entire planet to turn the world against me, just like when he was telling everyone that I tried to choke him and kill him, right? Okay, you get the idea. Let's see. So camp. Okay, so what's left out of this whole camp incident? After that, they send me to Camp JCA for a week. I'm a little upset about it. Like, I remember sending my mom a nasty note, and then after that, I got used to the camp, and I sent her, like, this happy note or whatever. Okay? And then, after that, I went to Catalina Boys Camp or whatever for a month or something, and everything was fine. Right? Okay. So now, remember, we're talking about the paranoid psychotic Perlman family, where they leave out the entire story. The only thing my family with the police and government are focused on is you locked yourself in the bathroom at 8 years old, leaving out the entire progression of events, showing that this is just a child growing up, right? Okay, but remember, now I'm 46, and my family is trying to pitch things like I'm an agoraphobic and afraid to leave my house. Well, they have worldwide groups taking turns trying to turn me into a violent paranoid schizo, right? So, how does this make any sense? Wait, Kevin Perlman just went from locking himself in the bathroom at 8, then getting into hang gliding, skydiving, building cars on his own at 16, racing an LA County raceway, doing all these things on his own, which most people are afraid to do, right? And then all of a sudden he's agoraphobic who's afraid to leave his house, leaving out my entire life. The same things the judicial system with the psychology community were trying to do to make me look like a crazy nut job in a courtroom who believes in conspiracy theories, who has never been out in the real world, yet they leave out everything in the courtrooms, which once the prosecutor started going into the circumstantial arguments, I told my lawyer that he needs to start asking me, this is Seymour Amster, questions about growing up in my life. For example, did I go to college and this and that? And he refused to have a counter argument to her trying to make me look like a crazy nut job, leaving out, hey, oh, by the way, Kevin Perlman got a degree in a half degree, split degree in computer science, visual effects. He worked for Universal Studios. He worked for Modern Video Film. He worked 14 years doing IT. He's a .NET programmer, a Transact SQL programmer. He's built these huge projects that go way beyond the average web programmer, right? Oh, hey, none of that's important. Just that one framed incident that we can use and not allowing you to ever talk about the entire picture, right? Now, I find that pretty ironic with my family, my father moving next to a lady named Susan something who kind of resembles the porn star, a blonde who kind of resembles the porn star Echo Valley, who at one point actually tried to kiss me, and claims she's a psychic, where she does these ludicrous psychic things, and she tells me I should write a book through the eyes of a lens. Now, don't you think that's strange that a family that's running around saying Kevin thinks differently and doesn't know anything about context of situations, when that's who they are projecting on me, tells me that I should write a book through the eyes of a lens, as if this is how I normally think? Because aren't there other defaming statements about me to the world that I conform to media and I can't tell the difference between media and reality, while my brother's showing me horror movies over and over? Okay, so now I brought up a good point. I'm 16. Paul Humphry's dating Carissa Brands, and my brother and his friends are told to keep watching, renting B-horror movies, which I'm not going to tell you I didn't like watching them. They're all pretty damn hysterical. And what was the reasoning though, right? And the reason I say that is because how many people do you know that their family's telling them and everyone else that they can't comprehend reality from fantasy, while you're going to, like one guy in Malibu Starbucks, while being mobbed by huge groups of people, sparks up a conversation with me, and while he wasn't being truthful, obviously, he was saying to me, you know, I don't like people that watch horror movies, and people that watch horror movies are a danger to society, and they need to be removed from society. And we had this semi-long conversation about, you know, me saying, how can you think that way? It's not real. To him not caring about those answers and saying, I don't care. There's no place in society for those people. Now, how many of you have actually talked to someone at a coffee shop or anywhere else who have made up claims so outrageous, and I'm not going to say there aren't some loonies out there that believe this way, but it is beyond any level of rare that someone says horror movies are a danger to society and it creates crime and weird crap like that. I mean, that is someone that lives in a closet, okay? Now, due to the amount of things with horror movies done to me, it wasn't a coincidence. And other movies. Let me think. Like one of the things Mike Huntley was mad at me about at the age 29, was that one of the movies my brother and his friends rented, which we all watched, is a low-budget B movie called Bad Taste. You know, and there's like 1,000 kills in Bad Taste in this comical way. Like, example, there's like 1,000 zombies, and he's holding up the bottom of a lawnmower, like killing each and every one, right? You know, but this is how all those, oh man, I can smell clutch from this traffic. So, my clutch. Which means shitty shifting. So my point is that why is Mike trying to scare me about watching some horror movie at 16 that, remember, he was originally friends with my brother's friends. My brother's going out. My brother and his friends, like every night, are renting horror movie movies, or every weekend. We're all watching them at my father's party house on DeSoto, Avenue San Luis, by Peralta Street. And Mike Huntley is mad at Kevin Perlman because when Kevin Perlman was a teenager, he watched lots of horror movies that his own friends were renting, right? His friends were renting that. Well, don't you think it's strange that Mike Huntley is not mad at his buddy Jason Perlman and Mitch Viner and all his friends closer to his age for watching these movies? He's only mad at Kevin Perlman, right? And there were all sorts of things with movies. Mike Huntley was threatening me and trying to intimidate me. At 29, Mike Huntley was showing me Fight Club, which I find out he's telling the world I'm like Tyler Durden. And they're putting things in Fight Club, like in the movie Fight Club, when he's splicing porn into the mainstream movie clips. Those are actually references about Brian Longbottom telling me before this movie existed to splice the O.J. Simpson fleeing the scene into Wes Craven's footage, which I talk about in my earlier segments, to frame me, but yet now they're putting it in movies and saying that Kevin Perlman is like Tyler Durden and I'm a danger to society, right? That was one of the movies. Another movie I think was called Don't Say a Word, where Mike Huntley, I was starting to find out that Mike Huntley was involved in these things, although I wasn't making the movie connections. My mind was just like something's wrong, and Bob Sandler's up to something, and the stripper Bentley's telling me I'll get mine. I'm figuring out Rhodey Morales' things. I'm figuring out Victoria Walker's frame jobs with strippers and Rhodey Morales. But yet Mike Huntley's having me watch movies called Don't Say a Word about people surveillancing people in such ways to make them mentally ill and torture them to try to stop them from talking. Gee, don't you think that's a little strange that I have worldwide gaslighting and gang stalking operations, and yet Mike Huntley's trying to show me movies to flip me into a state of paranoia to say that Kevin is conforming to movies, which clearly is not the case. And like I explain in all my video segments, their media tactics start at 5 years old with the movie Wizards, going from movie to movie, showing their true motives and showing that their intent from 5 years old was to flip me into a state of something weird's going on so that they could work with the judicial system and psychology community to lock me away, remove me from society. Okay, so where was I? Horror movies. So anyways, it looks a lot, if you think about it, these traumatic events, as they call them, which don't exist, look more traumatic if you say he watched a lot of horror movies, right? So for you to understand what's going on is there's motive behind all their actions. There's premeditation. And
1.5 miles of Interchange I-5 South. Use the right 2 lanes to follow signs for Los Angeles.
okay, so there's motive and there's premeditation. But now wait, the plot thickens. One of the big movies that my family was working on me with my brother and his friends is Toxic Avenger by who? Trauma Films. Okay? So now they're running around saying, well, Kevin watched Toxic Avenger so he committed a crime or something. I don't know. But where things get weirder is, like, every place for a while I went, the coffee shop and restaurant employees will start sweeping the floors.
Use the right 2 lanes to follow signs for Los Angeles.
Will start sweeping the floors like Melvin in Toxic Avenger, and people online will say in repetition, I need to stay away from toxic people, at the same time to hint about
I-5 South. Use
the movie,
lanes to follow signs for Los Angeles, then merge onto I-5 South.
to hint about the movie Toxic Avenger, to try to make me look crazy, right? To try to make me look like I conform to the movie, or I think I'm in the movie Toxic Avenger. Now, wait, the plot thickens. Trauma Films, after they make Toxic Avenger, decide to film Class of Newcomb High, part of Class of Newcomb High,
Continue on I-5 South for 2 miles.
at Calabasas High, my high school, right? Okay, well, at the time, you're just thinking it's a coincidence, and of course they put out flyers saying, if you want to be an extra in Class of Newcomb High, you know, contact us, whatever. I didn't, but you get the idea. Okay? So now the psychology community is running around saying that I suffered trauma from a child. Right? Okay? If that isn't spooky, I don't know what is. Your brother's showing you horror movies over and over with his friends, Nobody cares about your brother. The psychology community is running around saying you suffer from childhood trauma events, while the movie company's name is Trauma Films, or the production company. You have a history of each person in your life
Keep right in the court.
trying to
5 South.
make it,
Signs for I-405 South, Santa Monica.
trying to make it look like you conform to media, right? You have, like I talk about in my other segments, how they reenact with street theater. Right, these events, they'll have me watch a movie and then they'll try to reenact from a movie segments, or reenact parts of the movie in real life out to try to flip me into a state where that makes it look like I'm a paranoid schizo, right? Or conform to media. That's one of my mother's endless scams, is to tell the world that I can't differentiate media from reality while doing these things to me. And so, what else? Trauma, the sweeping, stay away from toxic relationships. I mean, yeah, sure, people can say that, stay away from toxic relationships, but it's the way they do it. It's the groups of people all doing it at the same time while people are sweeping when they see you, and constant Toxic Avenger references, and people telling you that people that watch horror movies need to be removed from society are all pretty much events that don't generally happen to someone in such a way that it's calculated and organized systematically. Trying to think more about horror movies. What else? Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of it. I'm sure there's tons of things that they've done to me that I wasn't picking up on. And I'm sure there's some things that will come back to me, but you get the gist of it, which is this: I'm going to show you a movie, I'm going to show you a movie, I'm going to make it look like you're crazy, I'm going to show you a movie, I'm going to show you a movie, I'm going to make you look like you're crazy. Kevin can't differentiate between reality and fantasy. Bam, he's a car thief, he's a drug dealer, he's this, he is abusing women, right? And then in the end, they're kind of like, well, nobody said anything. You just created this thing in your head. It isn't happening. But, I mean, I got so much proof and so much death threats on video. Okay, so what are they saying? That Kevin Perlman supposedly just snapped at 29, right? In the local area, and somehow worldwide everyone's teasing Kevin Perlman by trying to make him sicker and sicker because they see a crazy guy, right? I mean, that's one of my father's scams, saying that, well, people are just teasing you. Well, I'm sorry, but if every person I have contact worldwide is working on me with paranoid schizophrenia tactics because they believe I'm a paranoid schizo, that doesn't make sense either, right? So that is actually one of the things my father tried to tell me, that these people are just teasing me. Okay, but let's break that down into like a common sense equation. Kevin Perlman theoretically snaps at 29 because he starts to notice these demented things with people threatening in anger towards him. I don't know what's going on. So they try to cover it up by saying I snapped, right? Instead of addressing the issue. Now, magically, the entire planet is told to tease me by making me sicker and sicker with the same paranoid schizo tactics is being done to my entire life by almost every person I'm in contact with. But what about the part where people all over the planet are told in Russia, India, Japan, Ukraine, Philippines, Las Vegas, Florida, Mexico, if they have any contact with me on the internet, off the internet, to tease me by working on me with paranoid schizophrenia tactics, you don't think that it looks strange that there is someone with internet-based tools saying if there's any person on this planet sees Kevin Perlman, tease him, is about teasing someone and not psychologically torturing him till he's dead and gone, right? So anyways, one of our dinners, I think at Bruce Chris, where my father's working on the steak knife tactics to try to set me up, with restaurant employees told to endlessly attack me in hopes that he can provoke me into reactions to set me up. He told me this, which, like everything else, is just one of his pathological lies to make me think that it's my fault and I'm too sensitive and this is normal, while trying to exterminate me. Just like Adolf Hitler would probably told the Jews.
In Chilliwack, use the right lane to take exit 63B for US 101 north toward Ventura.
He's probably telling the Jews he's sending them to the showers to keep them clean, right? Same thought process, right? Anyways, you get the idea that what's going on. Anyways, I'm starting to sort of get tired. I've been talking for a long time. And I just wanted to end this with some thoughts about the psychology community and my family. Now, my family are trying to play the game, the label game. He's crazy and he needs medication. And at the same time, they're telling the psychology community worldwide he's not allowed to talk about his life because he's crazy, right? The same argument, he's crazy or he suffers from these labels. The same argument they've used on me my entire life. You can't see yourself and this is how you are, therefore you're not allowed to tell me anything. Okay, now, why are these things being done? They're being done
Use the right lane to take exit 63B
to stop
US
any
101
form
north Ventura.
of First Amendment speech to be able to defend myself, saying I haven't done anything wrong, nothing these people are saying is true, it's complete fantasy, because they don't want me having the ability to show that this is a campaign and this entire operation is about removing me from society, and if they're honest people, they would let me talk about my life and the things being done to me, right? No matter how big, no matter how small, it is completely irrelevant, and so you need to understand that people don't like everything else going on. Like everything else going on, people don't do these things. My family is big on the behavior scam, and so my point is that while these people are preaching behavior over and over, it's their own behavior that we should all be worried about, not my behavior, okay? People with psychology degrees don't try to flip people out so that they can say he's crazy and you do what I say, or we lock you away in jail or mental institutions, or try to have you killed, right? Met with endless death threats on video, you're a snitch, you better not tell anyone anything. You get the idea. How is that my behavior? Well, they're trying to say it's my behavior by talking to people, passing out cards, and if they ask me, once again, if they come up to me and talk, I'll explain my life, and then they go, well, you can't say things like that. Well, you know, you can read my website. You don't have to read my website. You can listen to my videos or watch my videos. You don't have to watch my videos. You don't have to, you can ignore the signs on my car, like millions of people have signs on their vehicles, advertising companies or whatever. You can look at it, you can not look at it, you can look at it and go, Kevin's crazy. But what these people can't do is say, Kevin, what's your life about, even though they already know me, and then say, you're not allowed to say things like that about things that are done to you, and so we're going to rid you of the world with judges and police and people like this for talking about your life. And if they didn't want this can of worms opened, they never should have come after me in the first place, okay? And I'm sure anyone with common sense will understand what I'm saying. Alright, now that's a car. Now, what? Yeah, we're still recording. Okay, so, my point. I will make this point extremely... I will be... I will be extremely blunt about this point. If a group of people are told to rape a girl like 10 times a day, every day of her life, the girl, for saying these people won't leave me alone and have done horrible things to me, is not the problem. Okay? That's my point. If you don't want to go to jail for rape, turn off that GPS. If you don't want to go to jail for rape, the moral of the story is don't fucking rape people. That's the moral of the story. And for my family and these people working with the police saying you're a snitch and you're dead, while working with mass groups to try to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo, for the information I know, and as I talk more, you can sort of see the dynamics between my brother, his friends, all the illegal criminal activities they were told to do to me. Mike Huntley, at around 14, told to come into my life while my brother takes turns on me, right? And then Mike Huntley, at the same time, covering up all the operations by turning them all around on me and pinning them on me, if that makes sense. So, I'm 14, my brother's 16, he's doing all his road rage shit, they're pinning it on me. Mike Huntley's pinning it on me, right? Well, that's a little convenient, isn't it? To have a guy 2 years older than my brother befriend his younger brother while this guy is going around saying Kevin did it, right? And keep me close to him, and the more I find out, for example, I believe Mike Huntley called me up in Colorado and wanted me to move back with him around the time I think I probably told like Daryl Oon about my childhood life and maybe my father with Rhoda putting shock collars on her, right? To Daryl Oon, a fellow pool player in Hollywood or in University of Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, who exchange student from Singapore, and magically that information going to computer imaging Professor Jim Johnson, who started working on me with paranoid schizophrenia about Rhoda biting someone Vasu when I was 16 with the sleeping dog contest, right? So, and after that, the more I started to find out, Mike Huntley and my family wanted me to move back with Mike Huntley to start this company with him. Well, Mike Huntley then wanted me with my father dangling the carrot. I have great price on Shelley's old office above me in my office building, right? My father then reeling me in and getting me closer for the kill. Why? Because my father and family who unimaginably have the ability to have tabs on me through all my so-called friends / jailers are trying to control my thoughts. Like, without sounding crazy, when I say control my thoughts, what I mean is, example, you're in college, you tell your friend about your childhood, which is perfectly normal. They find out, they don't want anything coming out showing you're a good, decent person. They step in, trying to create mental illness to destroy credibility while spewing out lies and smears to the world that I did these things that my brother did or my friends did, because I'm starting to think for myself, right? Now, most people, if you don't know what's going on, you're going to say, that's pretty damn crazy, that's insane. But, and it is crazy, and it is insane, but it's happening, and I've proven it way beyond any point of reasonable doubt that it is. Whether people are going to take the truth and say this is unacceptable, or do the opposite and say you don't talk or we kill you. Well, the reality of the situation is I met with 90% of the planet saying you don't talk and we're going to kill you, and that is unacceptable. Back to my point, if you rape a girl every day for 10 times a day for every day of their life, you've done horrific things to someone, and you can't run around saying, hey, just forget about it, no harm, no foul, or we're going to kill you. You've already destroyed the person's life and committed the crime. And like I said before, the moral of the story is, if you don't want to be held accountable for crimes, don't commit the crimes, right? And that's part of life. And when these people are sitting there hunting me down and going, don't tell anyone, they've already committed the crimes. And so, while my family's out with the police and government contacting everyone in the psychology community who obviously were working against me from the beginning, they committed the crime, and there's no going back. And this isn't about some traumatic childhood event, is about all day and night attacks now in the present, as well as all the things done over the last 40 years. And if I take one of these events, it is very unheard of that most people, that one event has been done to anyone on this planet. Yet these are all day and night, non-stop, never-ending, my entire life. So that is the magnitude of the situation, is something so horrifically unbelievable and unfathomable, and my family with the psychology community are trying to cover it up with mental illness labels, trying to lock me in jail cells, mental institutions, cram as much medication into me to turn me into a drooling zombie who sits in the corner drooling so that I can't ever talk to anyone about my life. And even if I were right now to say I'm not going to talk about my past, then let's say I met a girl and we went out on dates and she wanted to know who I am and about my life. At the point that I started talking about my life or my childhood or the horrible things done to me, or even stupid things like my father putting shock collars on dogs, that is when instantly that relationship would go to shit, and that person saying, in whatever method, you don't talk or you're a dead man, and she might and she probably would spin it in such a way to make me look crazy. Like, Kevin, you can't talk about things like that. Or don't talk about the past, about your father putting shock collars on dogs, because that means that you have suffered from obsession. So don't talk like that, because people won't understand, and it's a dangerous conversation, and blah blah blah. And the reality situation is it's not. The reality situation is people want to know about people want to know about people's lives, and the only time people try to censor someone is when they have something to hide. And I think by now, with everything I'm telling you, with everything on my websites, these people don't just have something to hide, they're trying to hide the largest crime known to man in the history of humanity, known to man, way worse than what Adolf Hitler did to the Jews. It's hard to compare because while the thought process is very similar, Adolf Hitler was involved in mass genocide, and in my life there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, with horrific psychological warfare operations. But think of the ramification of things like 100,000 to 1 million people per day on the internet or all over the world trying to send you paranoid schizophrenia messages to torture you, to try to make you look crazy, to dictate your life, so that, example, you put salt on your food. Now we're going to have people show up doing these things, so you're not allowed to put salt on your food. All for the bigger picture of either killing someone or ridding them of the world. You get the idea. The amount of inflicted abuse. Let me put it another way. It's one thing to take a Jew, put them up against the wall, and blow their brains out, which is horrible. But it's another thing to keep someone alive while keeping them in a severe state of pain, with psychological torture operations, and then saying you have mental illness, and you better do this, and you better do that, and there's nothing medication can do, because there's no medication to stop people from torturing you and killing you, right? Okay, so that's probably better said. Think about that. It's one thing to just be killed, it's another thing to be kept alive and slowly tortured to death until, as Karine Eshigan says, people with anxiety die of a short age with her death threats. You better do what we say, or we're going to kill you or lock you away in jail cells, mental institutions. Okay? Now, one final note, people with general anxiety or disorders do not die of short age. As a matter of fact, there are varying degrees to anxiety. My mother would say if you pick your nose at 9 years old, you suffer from anxiety disorders, which doesn't make any sense. But not only that, nobody gives a shit. If someone does suffer from anxiety, people don't follow them around saying you're a danger to society and we're watching you and things like that, like I have on video of illegal police operations, of the police threatening my life with things like that. So anyways, I'm going to leave it there because I'm tired, I'm been talking for hours, and unfortunately the first couple of hours I didn't record the audio, so once again I'm probably going to have to splice the DVR audio to the video, or I have another audio recording in case I screwed it up again. And luckily this time I'm recording in 30 frames per second on both cameras, so it should match up a lot easier. But still, it's extra work that I really don't want to have to do. But whatever. So that being said, until my next segment, and keep in mind that I'm still around 16 years old, and I haven't even really got into the really scary crap going on that starts at 29, or college life, the things that were being done. So I haven't even gotten it. So if you if you, I highly doubt you have, but if you've watched the first probably 10 videos, if I was watching them, I would be in complete shock. Like, this can't be. That's impossible. And nobody could still be alive after that much abuse. But, like I'm saying, not only have I not gotten to the bad things, I'm just getting started. And I've left out tons of childhood events, too. So, we're at 16 still, and yeah, I've jumped a little from time frame to time frame because they're all connected events. But, until next video, which you'll get to understand more about these demented, horrific, unheard of government extermination operations, all in the name of psychological labels to control and then basically kill. So that's it. Tuning out. Over and out. Blah blah blah. I'm tired. Yawn. Whatever. Where's my stop button?